It's rendering right now, so I'll just
we're live.
Rendering right now, so I'll just
we're live.
We're live. Right, so hello everybody to day 3 of the International Archives Week at Milli. It's been fantastic to see so many people turning up every day. That's absolutely fabulous. We are going to start the day today with the Design for Access panel. The theme of the day is access. So we're going to start with the Design for Access panel from the Brighton University Design Archives. Our second session will be on information governance and international law. And our last session is going to be on laws and ethics in India. We will be starting the session shortly with Wintle being our moderator, but before that, our team is going to share 2 links for crowdsourced archives that we are building around the COVID-19 pandemic and also literature related to the archives. Please go fill the form, help us build more archives. Over to you, Divij. Any tech rules that we have to lay down? Well, it's not really rules, it's just that you should know what you may or may not be able to do during the session.
Right, so right now, I would request everyone to mute themselves and also turn off the videos. This is both in terms of bandwidth requirements as well as to ensure that right now only our panelists are speaking. You will be able to chat. I've not closed chat to anyone right now, but I would request you to hold your questions till the speakers finish speaking, and you can put them in the chat box. And for now, that's all about the rules. And Farah, you can go ahead and begin.
Right, Monna has entered, so can you please make her co-host? And Claire, let's go start with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Farah. That's it's really great to be here, and thank you very much to you and all your colleagues for organising what looks like the most amazing days of discussions and inspirational case studies as well. It's really exciting to be here. So I'm Dr. Claire Wintle, and I work at the University of Brighton on the very south coast of the UK. And so it's 10:30 in the morning for us. So it's really nice to see that there's lots of other people from around the world there too. Farah asked me to kind of propose a panel, and I was really delighted to be able to call on colleagues and students and former students from the University of Brighton's MA Curating Collections and Heritage. As part of that programme, our students undertake placements, and we also have a most amazing range of applicants who bring their own kind of lived experience and scholarly knowledge to the programme. It's a real treat to teach those students and also to kind of be Sue's colleague as well. So I asked some of those students to come and talk about their experiences, either as researchers or as professional archivists that they have developed, on projects that they've developed, possibly during their MA or beforehand or afterwards. So what we're going to do in this roundtable is talk about issues around access, particularly through the design of the archive, and then the subsequent kind of redesign of archives as well. So I've asked my colleague, who's archive leader and principal research fellow at the University of Brighton Design Archives, to kick us off, and she's going to present a short presentation on her thoughts about this theme. And then we have Jen Grasso, who's an alumni of the MA Curating. She's now at the University of Dundee doing more postgraduate study into more archive stuff. She's that keen. And then hopefully, if the tech issues are good, we'll have Monna Matharu, who is project archivist at the Tower Hamlets Local History Library and Archive in London, and has been doing some absolutely amazing, really kind of thought-provoking work on the redaction of archives in public collections. And then last but not least, we'll have Suchi Chatterjee, who is a current MA student with us at Brighton, a super researcher and particularly interested in the kind of the politics and practicalities of access as a researcher in archives as well. So I've asked them all to speak for roughly 5 minutes, but they're all very enthusiastic, so it wouldn't surprise me if they went slightly over, but I'll try and keep people to time. And then what I propose that we all do is ask some questions of them, and you can, I think, do that in the chat, and I'll moderate those questions and pose them to the panelists. So do store your questions up. We're really looking forward to answering your questions and thinking through some of these critical issues with you. So I'd like to start by inviting Sue to discuss particular questions around working with the design archives at the University of Brighton. Thank you, Sue.
Hi, yes, thank you very much for having us here. It's really exciting to be part of this panel, and I'm looking forward to hearing from different perspectives and different global environments. And I'm conscious that the circumstances I'm talking about are very much in the context of higher education in Britain, but hopefully we can, make this as broad as possible from those points. And really my initial observations are going to be about how things have tended to be in terms of the way archives have developed and the different kinds of contexts. So as Claire said, I'm the archive leader at the University of Brighton Design Archives, which is a collection of 22 archives of designers. Actually, could you have the first slide, please, Claire? We're a collection of 22 archives of designers and design organisations documenting design and its culture in Britain, with a focus on the mid to late 20th century. So this is just a screen grab from our website. Our collections include designers FHK Henryan and James Gardner, and organisations such as the Council of Industrial Design, now the Design Council, the British Design Council, and international organisations like ICABRADA and ICSID. So we're very much a specialist archive in that we collect in a particular thematic subject and in a university context, which gives us a very particular set of imperatives and responsibilities that shape access to our collections. The motivation for the establishment of the design archives was, simply put, to contribute to design historical research, both as a collection resource and as a team of practitioners. So we use the phrase research-informed stewardship because of this kind of hybrid identity that some of us are both practitioners, collection practitioners, and academics who generate research ourselves. And as such, we approach our collections both as researchers and stewards. So you can see the byline on our website here is collections, collaboration, research, and those are sort of core themes for us. Our primary audiences, because of that motivation for our establishment, have tended to be academic ones, staff and students, both internal and external to the university. And our drivers for our activities tend to be in support of university objectives and strategy. And we focus on design history and also design practice, so working with colleagues in the School of Art in the university, our colleagues there. But we also give access to our collections through other means than the reading room, which is sort of the core model for accessing archives traditionally, obviously through our website, through social media, and through lending our collections to exhibitions and through curating exhibitions ourselves. And so like many archives, this is one of the ways in which we reach wider audiences than those coming to do academic research. But other archives have different sets of imperatives. So I used to work at the Tate Archive, which collects archives primarily documenting art in Britain post-1900. Their archives users were primarily, though not exclusively, academic. And nevertheless, the larger institution of the museum had a wider public purpose through its front of house open access spaces. Most of them might have been unaware of the archive and library, perhaps, or assumed they were not for the general visitor. And I think this is one of the themes about archives that we may come back to. Business archives are another kind of archive, often still kept in the parent institution, and they have different sets of imperatives. Again, they might serve the information and corporate memory needs of that parent organisation, and public access might be a secondary activity and might be motivated by PR and brand promotion. We have a network of local record offices in this country which have a geographical remit, giving them an enormous range of potential acquisitions to document what is going on in that region. How do they represent diverse groups and give access to their collections on an equal and inclusive basis at a time when they're facing enormous cuts? Local record offices often have less staff and shorter opening hours now than they may have had pre-COVID. So the models of access for different kinds of archives then are different before we even begin to factor in questions of inclusivity and equality of access. This may mean access to collections both in person and online, and access to learning, interpretation activities, and to the physical spaces and experiences of being around archives. Archives can be intimidating by their very nature, a sense that only the authorized are permitted to enter. I mean, we've all seen the ideas of Derrida and so on about archives and power. This sense is perhaps one consequence or articulation of the tension that archivists and collection curators face between the twin responsibilities of preservation of material and giving access. So access is a primary motivation. There's no point in keeping material if it can't be seen. But it's also controlled to support the preservation because paper is vulnerable and can be damaged by handling and exposure to light. So many archives work hard to counter this pervading characterization of archives being closed to many users. And we don't want our access processes to exacerbate that. And so my final thoughts for the moment are about online access and how, from an archival point of view, it differs from physical access. Claire, could I have the next slide, please? So I just wanted to sort of illustrate this. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this concept, but I think it's important to say it. I wanted to talk about, I've used the illustration here of a digitized copy of a catalogue, an exhibition catalogue. So it's the catalogue from an exhibition called Britain Can Make It, which was held in 1946. And it was organised by the Council of Industrial Design to support economic recovery in the post-war period through encouraging consumption of designed objects which were featured in the museum. So this is digitized on our website. You can find it there if you want to have a look. It's a fantastic resource that you can immerse yourself in the detail of all the objects that were exhibited, who designed them, who produced them. We can also think about the gaps and the stories that aren't represented in this collection in terms of how things were produced and their original places of origin and so on. So we're using turning the pages technology, as many places do, to recreate something of the experience of a 3D material object and the experience of moving through a document. So if we could have the next slide, please, Claire. You can see this is how we gradually make our way through the document. And then going on to the next slide again, Claire, there are also things that we can do in the digital format that we can't do with the physical object. So you can zoom out and look at the sequence of pages in a way that you can't see them in the material object, and you can search through the contents in a way that you can't with the material object. But what you can't replace in this context is the feel of the catalogue in your hands, the smell of the paper, a sense of how marked or rubbed it is, how much wear it's had, and what that represents in terms of lived experience. Also, we don't know we don't have access to the files and other material that relates to this event and that can tell us from an archival point of view about what was happening. We don't have access to the files about the exhibition and its organisation, or the photographs of its construction and of visitors in the spaces. We don't even have a record of the spaces and objects themselves that are represented by the words on these pages. So we don't know what decisions have been made in how to digitize the document, what might have been included or excluded, how much it's been edited or cleaned. This is very much a mediated experience. And for some researchers, this may not matter. If they're keen to just look at the content of the catalogue, that's fine. But for some deeper kinds of research, it's important to be aware of the many kinds of contexts that there are to digital objects that we encounter on the screen. So that's really just a sort of counter to what we know is made possible by working with digital resources online. So I think I've probably more than used up my 5 minutes now there, haven't I, Claire? So I'll move on to Jen.
Thanks so much, Sue. That was a great start to start thinking about lots of critical issues there around who has access to the archive, the role of exhibitions in terms of access and what that, what kinds of access that can enable, but sometimes what the limitations of exhibitions might be in terms of access. It's really interesting to think about that, and also the digital possibilities. I suspect we'll come back to all of those things. I'd like to introduce Jen now. As I mentioned, Jen was a previous student on the Curating Collections and Heritage degree programme. She's currently pursuing a PG diploma in Archives and Records Management at the University of Dundee. So it's lovely to welcome her back to the folds of Brighton. She was one of our star students last year, so it's really nice to have you here, Jen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Jen. Oh, excellent. First slide. No, we're good. So I'm going to talk about starting an archive from scratch. In the beginning of 2020, I was tasked with cataloging the physical as well as digital archive of a local nonprofits arts organization called PhotoWorks. So their mission is to open up new ways to encounter photography, which they've been doing since 1995. So part of my involvement was to help celebrate their 25th anniversary. Next slide, please. So PhotoWorks facilitates photography as a platform for community engagement and outreach. This is just a sample of some of their past programs in schools, with school-age kids, with the LGBTQ+ community, the diaspora, even environmental groups. Next slide, please. They also support their mission through various publications, both thematic or by photographer, as well as their annual. And they put on the PhotoWorks Festival, which is a biannual photography festival. So their programs, including their exhibitions, are all out of house. Their 2020 PhotoWorks Festival that you can see here was a festival in a box. It was sent to you at home and you could put it up wherever and as you felt. They do not have a physical space. There are no in-house commissions. There's no in-house gallery. So for the archive, this means they do not collect or sell or have anything to do with photography or fine art. Next slide. I'm not going to read the whole thing, don't worry. This is just a screen grab from their About page. But if an archive is supposed to function in line with their remit, what is PhotoWorks is? So I've already mentioned their lack of physical space. They're here to promote photography for everyone, and they want to be global in reach, which they do this mostly on a virtual platform. And then under values, inclusivity, quote, "We strive to be accessible both online and in real life. We are open to all and everyone is welcome." So is that true, especially with regard to their archives? Does PhotoWorks' archive support this mission and these values? Next slide. It's the good stuff next. So what was the archive? It was these 11 plastic boxes containing media of all kinds, ranging from faxes to ledgers, promotional material, books. The archive, however, was incomplete. In these times, and I believe now, it's contained in an offsite storage. A previous director had thrown out a portion of it, but nobody knows how many boxes or what was in them. So this is all that was left. So very simply, PhotoWorks wanted to know what was in there and what they could do with it. I conducted a basic inventory and we were just about to start discussing appraisal, and then COVID hit and everything closed and ended. But if this archive was supposed to facilitate not only the 21st anniversary celebrations, but also PhotoWorks as an organization in general, what can we extract? What can we learn from this experience? Next slide, please. So despite so much of it being trashed, what remained was documentation from their foundation years, their first 5 to 10 years. At this point, PhotoWorks was called the Cross-Channel Photographic Mission, the CCPM, and this is their original mission statement. So it was all their foundational documents, stages of restructuring, all the partnerships that they were involved with in their very early stages. There were also a number of interesting examples of non-traditional ways to encounter photography, which sadly I don't have images of for you all. But there was an intersection of fine art photography and sports and athletics. There were a number of workshops with medical schools and hospitals, and a lot of early work championing women in photography. So all very global in reach with these topics. Next slide. All right, but what else? If anything, it was a very classic example of what happens when you start from scratch, of being able to see firsthand how different types of media degrade, to see the results of poor storage practices. Here we have our crumpled papers, our disintegrated rubber bands that are stuck to everything. But you also might get a bunch of surprises. And in my case, there were quite a number of negatives and photographs. And so I have to reemphasize again that PhotoWorks doesn't collect art, and these items obviously have different preservation needs. So how does this relate to access? Without trying to be too harsh, there really isn't any. My understanding is the archive is back in storage. Digital surrogates weren't made. It wasn't appraised or cataloged. And it means the material isn't being conserved where necessary or preserved for long-term use and access. Now that the 25th anniversary celebrations are over, there's no active need for it. So it's just sad to think that it might just not be being cared for. But access is also protection of information. And here we have cultural property that doesn't belong to PhotoWorks. There's no controlled access or protection of these artist assets. And it's also not being preserved properly to ensure future access to these materials. But most importantly, no access goes directly against their mission statement. It's not supporting PhotoWorks' mission to be fully virtual and accessible to all. You lose a lot of the historical context because you only have a portion of the picture. So You know, when you start from scratch, be prepared for the expected as well as the unexpected, but always keep the organization's mission in mind to see how the archive can function and be made accessible. It's just sadly that COVID disrupted that process this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. That was fascinating. And looking at these images, they kind of contrast beautifully with Sue's kind of beautifully digitized, kind of seamless online experience. But here we have that kind of the materiality, tangibility, the messiness of the archive really comes to the fore. I think there's some quite interesting things to think about, that kind of how we represent archives digitally and through imagery as well there. And yeah, your kind of reflections on how anniversaries often drive issues around access with archives, I think is fascinating, and something that we might kind of, yeah, explore together later, especially if we're thinking about problems around sustainability. If anniversaries are often the kind of the way that in which an institution celebrates its history and archive, then there are problems with sustainability there, as you pointed out, particularly in the context of COVID and limited resources that's kind of engendered. So thank you very much. So I'm hoping that we've got Monna here. Are you there, Monna? Can you
also hoping.
Yay, look at you, fabulous. Great. Okay, well, in that case, I'm really pleased. I thought that we might have to miss her out, but I'm delighted that we don't, because Monna was also one of our students last year, and another superstar who did some, as I said earlier, really fascinating work on her placement at the Tower Hamlets Local History Library and Archive in London. And I've asked her to come and talk about those processes, not of designing an archive from scratch, but actually, you know, the processes of design that are kind of retrospective when we're curating, dealing with, and kind of re-archiving archives. So I'm delighted to welcome her and really looking forward to what she has to say. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. So my slides, Claire, if you just want to have them running through, they're not specific to what I'm saying, which is also good because if my internet does out, I have something to read at the same time. So historically, last 200 years, Whitechapel is known as a point of flight for migration. Currently, 69% of its demographic hamlet are from ethnic minority groups. So as you can imagine, the Tower Hamlets Archive and Library uniquely host and document the occurrences of a lot of historic press. And it exposes the absences and the archival positioning and record keeping, as well as championing multi-vocal narratives, particularly in a British local history archive. So running through the slides, which I hope you can see, if you just, yeah, when we're running through them, you can read at the same time, but I just wanted to capture the fact that there are so many different kinds of voices that are represented in this archive. Me particularly, my role is actually creating these documents of the Edith collection. Edith Ramsay was a communityist who served in the British Colonial Advisory Board. What Ramsay did is that she worked to improve the conditions of immigrants in Whitechapel between the mid-19th, and she was known as a lot of brothels. Within her collection specifically, a lot of letters, documents of first-person accounts of migrants. So my role is to basically assess that personal information with freedom of information and data protection guidance. And this is because many descendants, the living descendants of the people that are in these archives aren't to give permission. So I redact a lot of surnames, and in the early archival practice, people are referred to with their surname. And so I felt that I was taking the entity away of this person. So we tested the standing and challenges that are faced with best practices and ethical practices. So having to redact these personal names of so many communities that are long silenced in British local history, it became an issue. I would sit with these documents, reading letters from slaves who were bought by priests, about their working conditions, reading about their attempts to escape, reading religious discussions that Ramsay would have with in Christianity, which Edith Ramsay came from a Presbyterian background. and talking to a migrant, Suleiman, who's like a really big feature in the archive. He's a hostel owner, and they're talking about the role of Adam in Christianity and Islam. You know, I'd also read their stories. So I was having visceral, emotional response to these stories. And I think so many outreach programs that work with in the archive, the local schools are made up of the same demographic that they're reading about. You know, you're reading names Ali, Suleiman, Mohammed in British local history and in the cultural of the art in the library. And to redact these names which signify this connection, you know, it left me really torn and somber. And archives are primary sources. And again, to be redacting those of non-governmentals who are pimps, prostitutes, community figures, ayahs, and like you said, business owners don't really, we really know the history of the roles that people of colour played in this history of Britain. So voices of ethnic demographics make boroughs, London and the local communities, you know, they're part of history for around 100 years in this area. And so as Stuart's Hall states, like personal memory, social memory is also highly selective. National heritage is an incredibly powerful source of meaning. And so those who don't see themselves reflected in its mirror, can they properly belong? And why are we still asking the question 100 years later? And I found that the technological and practical process that are practiced over the ethical boundaries of redacting these names, we unfortunately run the risk of a historical present. So I am imagining who controls and establishes and maintains the archive. How do they do so? And what materials are preserved within an archive and which are excluded? And to what extent do the logical classification and a range of reflect on political hierarchies? Now, see, we do have to take into account, you know, balance of ideological goals of an archivist, and you know how contradictory it can be to practical constraints like we have finite resources, budget, storage. But how do we work with local communities to make sure that we have engagement and, you know, to redefine and repurpose the materials of our current archives? Sorry to have spoken at the same time as a lot of these other slides. I don't know how much time I have, but I'm sure you could see the amazing work and the voices that are kept in this archive. So if you do want to look at slides, I'm happy to send them out to people.
Oh, thank you very much, Monna. I have to say that the sound was slightly tricky and that we couldn't always hear you, but I hope I definitely got the gist, and I hope that other people had a really good sense of this amazing archive, but also these really kind of important questions that you're asking about whether or not the law of access to data and those kinds of things and principles of access always work in tandem and work well together. And also what really came across to me was the importance of these archives, you know, the process of naming and the kind of huge social responsibility that we have in looking after these archives. And those questions that you were asking and about the kind of personal, visceral response that you have to this material was also really inspiring, and I think probably touched upon a lot of people's experiences of working with archives as well. So thank you for that. And I think there's lots of things to talk about in the discussion later as well.
Claire, if I may just interrupt you, I mean, I think there was a lot of interruption in the sound, and you must probably be familiar with this, with Monna's work. Could you give us a very small, just we have enough time, we have at least 45 minutes right now. So if you could give us a short,
you want me to summarize what she said? Oh no.
That would be great, please.
Oh, what a shame. Well, so I can't do Monna justice at all, but basically Monna's role as part of her placement, and also in a job that she now has at the archives since her graduation, was to go through these archives of which document the very kind of multicultural and wide-rangingly diverse nature of Tower Hamlets, which is an area in the East End of London. And these archives are full of the names and sometimes images of people who have arrived in London and made London their home, but because of legal requirements in the UK to do with data protection, the archive have made the decision or been driven to redact many of the names of the people who are represented in this archive. So what we have is a situation where the archive is this incredible repository of the rich and multicultural heritage of the UK, but Monna has been put in the position of having to redact this material, and she was speaking really eloquently about how this is her you know, she feels very strongly that this material should be open and accessible, but and has this kind of very physical response to the presence of these names and individuals in this archive, and then has to remove it for other people. So there's all sorts of interesting questions that she's asking there about, yeah, the responsibility that we have as archivists to share and provide access to this material, but still also the kind of legal responsibilities that we have to the people who are represented in the archive, and whether law and lived experience kind of match in those ways. Monna, is there anything else you wanted me to talk about?
No, you said that perfectly, absolutely perfectly.
Oh, I've just heard it a few times, so I'm hoping that I did you justice. Anyway, I think it's a really interesting project. Can I ask you, well, I'll tell you what, we'll come to questions later. Let's have Suchi now. Thank you, Monna. Sorry about that. So, Suchi, I'd really like to introduce one of our current MA students who comes to the MA with a huge wealth of experience. She's had a career spanning over 2 decades in race liaison and applied community action in Sussex, but she's also a prominent member of Brighton and Hove Cultural Heritage Network, which is a group designed to challenge racism and prejudice by raising awareness of the multicultural history of Britain. And she's also a wheelchair user and very vociferously, you know, every time we have a guest speaker, she's got these amazing questions that really prompt practitioners to think about issues around access. So I'm really delighted to welcome her today as well.
Hello. My name's Suchi, and I'm here today to give my presentation. And it's about accessing eye sales. I'll put my teeth in, sorry. Accessing eye sales and leveling the playing field for community researchers, well, for all researchers really, through the digitization of many, sorry about that, threw me a bit, you know, through, I do apologise, I'm a bit nervous. Basically, leveling the playing field for community researchers through digitisation. And I've done a lot of research, as Claire has said. I've worked with the Heritage Network, which has included the Black History Group, and Brighton has come up with, and Sussex, in fact, has come up with a lot of history and archives to do with so many things. The Indian soldiers that were here during World War I, Chinese labourers, Asian and Ethiopian royalty, Bengali intelligentsia. I don't know if many of you know that Rabindranath Tagore actually lived in Hove. So this is archive material that is available, but it is spread around quite sporadically. Can we go to the next slide, please? We have a Right Honourable Matt Hancock, who, although I don't particularly like quoting him because I don't like him, he did say that archive materials challenge and inspire and transform what we think and know of times, events and people in the past and present. And he talks about the digitalisation that has come upon us, and very much so with COVID-19, as I will talk about later. And this is something that I'm quite interested in as a person who has a disability, who wants to be able to access archives, but sometimes find it very difficult, especially with small archives that are housed in places that are physically inaccessible, and not just for people with physical disabilities, also people with other disabilities as well. So this is something that's very, very close to my heart, and digitisation and archives are now very much running in tandem, hand in hand. Can we go to the next slide? However, archives do have hidden problems, and I interviewed Dr. Bert Williams of the Brighton Hove Black History, who's one of the co-founders, and he said, every archive I've had to navigate has had a Cerebus at its gates. If you are lucky, the gatekeeper is benign and helpful. If not, then be prepared to face your own 100-year war that includes racism, indifference, disrespect, ignorance, and yes, I am talking about the 21st century. Now, you think that's shocking? To me, it's not. This is something on a day-to-day basis I've had to deal with, not within Brighton University, of course, but within the context of being a local community researcher, which is separate from my university studies. The pictures I've got on the left are subjects that we have researched and actually found out information that's actually linked to Sussex. And I'm looking at things in a pan-Sussex sense from the heritage work that I have done and the research I've done with towards what I'm hoping will be my thesis next year. And as you can see, we've got a connection with Rabindranath Tagore, the Thai princess, Mir Dast, who received the highest award that you can during World War I, the VC, Salik Dung Singh, and of course the Chinese labourers. These are all archived, but they are not in one place. They're not easily accessible. And it would be easier swimming through glue trying to find some of this information in some of these archives. If you go to the next page, there's also, as I said, access and accessibility. And archives, they are a treasure trove. And I know that's a really cheesy sort of like phrase to use. But they give you the memories that have survived humanity's continual crises through the ages. And I mean, and we are good at having crises as humans. So it's amazing that we've got these records. And what's brilliant is these archives should be accessed by everybody, whether you are this academic with 33 PhDs to your name, or the local archivist who wants to find out something about their local community that is there. How do you find it? However, access and accessibility don't always go in tandem with each other. And sometimes requirements of users aren't met. So how can you change this? And this is something I've been turning over in my mind as a person who needs to access archives and is struggling as a disabled person. And I've got the full backing of the University of Brighton, and even they scratch their heads sometimes. So how can a person who doesn't have that backing, how can they access archives? Can we go to the next slide? I've got a little case study, and this is something that's quite recent. And this research was undertaken at a local museum by a community group, and they needed to access museum archives and photos and a very difficult to find report about a murder attempt on Colonel Bruce Gordon Seaton, commanding officer of the Kitchener Hospital in Brighton in 1915 by an Indian Army officer. Unfortunately, the Indian Army officer failed in his attempt to kill Mr. Seaton. Basically, the report was written and then buried, because the report also included the fact that there was fraternization between local women and Indian soldiers. So this is an amazing piece of information that we wanted to get our hands on. Attempts to get this record, which was only at that time was only on paper, it wasn't digitized, and were met with basically resistance and blatant racism by a member of staff. Every time the researcher went in, that researcher was ignored. Was told that there was no Black history in the research, and why was he bothering? It was quite awful, really. And basically, the community group logged the incidents sort of internally so that they were aware of what was happening. But sadly, they didn't take it any further, because at that time, and I'm not talking now, because this was sort of, I've got my notes here from the interview, was at a later date, there was a lack of faith in the museum and the council hierarchy, but it is something that has stuck within this particular group and other groups' mindset. So there is a wariness when you go to somewhere. We have something called the Keep, which is an amazing, I think that's our local records office, and it's amazing. And the staff are great, and you go into there to access, and it's physically accessible, and it's also very inclusive. But when this group and other groups go in, there is a wariness based on the weight of history. And this is just one very small case study that I have put forward. Racism, sadly, is rife even within the archival world. And you think that wasn't possible. And this is why I'm so passionate about the digitization of records, because unless you create a program to make a digital platform racist, you can access it easily with no problems. Could I have the next slide, please? So COVID's potential legacy for our archives. It's left our society in flux, that's for certain. But it's opened up new avenues, I've found, because I had to go into shielding as soon as lockdown occurred in March 2020. And I've never got so much work done in all my life, which was brilliant, because suddenly I had to go online to do everything. And I suddenly realized, wow, this is fantastic for people that are physically disabled, who are sort of a bit worried about going into an environment that they've not been into before, for archives. So it's opened up what I've come to call the cyber art for people wishing to research through any form of digital platforms. And it's, even though digitization has been around for a long time, there's new strands. And it also plays into the actual physical access into any kind of archive venue. And like I said, think disabilities and access requirements. And for me, less visits to archival venue means the preservation of original documents, which I think Sue mentioned as well. And there's so many documents. One of the documents we deal with a lot when I'm working with the network are, funnily enough, photographs and postcards, trench art. So these are things that could be digitized, 3D models that can be looked at, and then they can be less, you can basically have less touch on it. I mean, there, of course, there's always going to be times when you need to go and look at something physical, but you can negate that and preserve it for longer by using this digital method. And it's new enough that it's open for conversation. People might have ideas that haven't been thought of yet. There is a negativity that could be in the guise of potential job losses, but I also look at the fact that this is an area that needs a lot more research, so there could be a potential for more jobs. And for me, the archives are absolutely amazing potential. I'm not saying there's not going to be problems, because there's always problems, but when I look at the research we've done, especially within the context of the Indian soldiers, which has got a massive impact on Brighton, because I presume most of you know about the contribution that the Indian soldiers did during World War I, and how so many of them were based in Brighton to recover in the hospitals that were there. And one of these hospitals was the Brighton Pavilion. The Brighton Pavilion was used as one of the hospitals. And there was also the Kitchener, which was where the attempted murder took place of Colonel Seaton, which was a rather draconian hospital compared to the Pavilion, which was very beautiful, very elegant. The soldiers liked it. But what was amazing about this, the Pavilion, and the research that I was doing into it, was that you brought together every soldier, every religion, for Sikhs, Muslims, Hindus together, but they were allowed to worship in their own way. They had 9 kitchens to cater for their needs. The research we found just from, and these were from fragments, these weren't even in, you go to some archives and you can find everything. We had to search all over the place just for this information. There was quite a lot of photos, but finding the reports, because a lot of information was hidden. And one of the areas that we're still looking into is about the sexual liaisons between Indian soldiers and local women, which basically has been whitewashed to the point that we do know that children were born of these liaisons, but we don't know where they are, because they've basically probably been passed off as the children of a husband. So a lot of people, when they do their DNA in Brighton, could be getting a bit of a shock. And then my final slide. These are some of my sources. I've got some more. I'm a bit of a Luddite. Farah had to help me earlier on, but I have got quite a few other sources if anybody's interested, and if they're interested in what Black History and the Heritage does. And I hope you've enjoyed this.
Thank you very much, Suchi, for that really honest and refreshingly honest reflection on the problems that users often face when accessing archives. And the idea of an anti-racist digitized archive is a real challenge to all the professionals who are tuning in today. And I really hope that we can discuss what that might look like, and whether digitization can be decoupled from racist colonial hierarchies, or whether the institutions and the collections that are the foundation for these digitized practices perhaps just I don't know whether they'll permit that. That's a really interesting question. So those are all what I thought were really, really fascinating contributions. Thank you very much. What I'd like to do is we've got half an hour, so perhaps we can have a little roundtable discussion now that kind of raises some of the kind of returns to some of those questions with the 4 speakers. If you all wanted to switch your cameras on, Monna, if it's not working out for you, that's fine. Maybe we can start by going back to that question that Suchi was asking about the role of COVID in kind of redesigning archives for access, what COVID has done for us. Suchi has raised some issues around the possibility of digitization. I wondered if the other contributors had things that they agreed with, disagreed with, what Suchi said, other contributions to make about the role of COVID in facilitating access for people.
Could I come in?
Please do, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I can't see anybody else because we've still got the sort of screen
I will
share.
stop sharing, then that would work for everybody. Stop sharing, there we go. Okay.
I think this question of digitization is a really interesting and important one, and it was really interesting to hear Suchi's perspective on that. I think actually the challenge about digitization is how much it costs and how little funding is available for it. And I think what isn't always understood in some of these discussions, I'm not talking about Suchi at all there, but I think what's sometimes missing from these discussions is that element of how much it costs and how little funding there is for it at the moment. And that actually, even while we're digitizing, the need for physical access doesn't go away. So we're kind of looking to expand all kinds of access as much as possible, but the funding streams that were around for digitization about 20 years ago just aren't there at the moment, unfortunately. And I think there's something that needs to happen there because, as you say, Suchi, it is a way to broaden the different kinds of access that we can offer. And it's a real challenge, I think, for archives. So it was really great to have Suchi's perspectives on those kind of issues. So I think it's not a case that there will be jobs lost in collections. I think we need more jobs to be able to cover those things, actually. So that's kind of what we want to be lobbying for.
I think people have a fear that there'll be job losses, and I do agree with you about funding, which is perhaps something I should have put there, but it's the digitization is, the potential is so great. I guess because I've got sort of a linear look at things, I don't understand why more isn't put into it alongside absolute physical access, which is needed, which needs to be in tandem, because you cannot, as I said in the presentation, you cannot move away from that need of physical access. But you also need, and I've noticed that especially with COVID, the long-term COVID, was that for somebody like myself who had to shield for nearly 18 months because of health, the digital access made, I didn't have to basically go into hibernation. I could still work. So that proved most amazing potential. But like you said, funding and how do we do it?
Yeah. I mean, what has been really interesting is that I think across the archive sector, people have been looking, because of COVID, at ways that access is happening, and ways that, lots of people now are talking about virtual reading rooms and different ways whereby, I don't know if any of you sort of come across those discussions, but looking at virtual reading rooms whereby you might potentially be able to book an hour slot with a member of staff in an archive to look through some material together. And so that we haven't got the case of, because obviously it's not very resource beneficial to digitize huge amounts of material because somebody might want to look at some of it. So this is a means of saying, right, let's look through this material together, and you can say what you might be interested to see, and we could potentially sort of scan those, or you could kind of take a screen grab of them or whatever, to give a more sort of targeted access, if you like, to material, as well as, sort of digitizing material on demand and so on. So I think there is a lot more discussion of those kind of questions now. And I attended a an event that the National Archives ran, which was about opening inclusively after COVID and talking about things like equalities impact assessments and things like that, that are relatively new to the sector, but that people are now starting to look at, because the reopening is offering new opportunities to think about a wider range of access options. So I hope that will be a sort of a positive development, you know, notwithstanding all the challenges of resources and things like that. Yeah, I think
Jen and Monna, did you want to come in on that issue?
Yeah. So what I think about COVID was really interesting is that the offerings, all the virtual engagement, it was reactionary. And I think the way that you can change it in terms of access is to stop making these offerings kind of reactionary, as in, you have now lost physical access to our space and to these things, so let's see what we can do. But make that part of your long-term program of events. Like, there were a lot of really creative things the organizations did. And I just think COVID showed what you can do with what you have. And of course, funding is going to be an issue across the sector as a whole. So, you know, put that aside, but I think just think about creative ways that you can use it for anything. Work with what you have. And we all did that. Like Suchi mentioned, all of a sudden, the world was our oyster. We could access things online, things that we hadn't done really en masse before. So don't remove that access, keep that access, but make it long-term, if that makes sense.
Somebody's just posted it in the chat asking about, yes, digital exhibits can help us reach out more people, but there is a problem with a small team, you know, and I'm speaking to the converted. Sue's part of a small team as well, and I'm sure Monna's not overrun with colleagues either. But there is a problem where records are a mess, and sometimes worse than Jen's experience. And what could we do in those very kind of stretched situations that respond kind of actively? Yeah, Monna, I don't know if you wanted to come in, or Jen, if you wanted to respond to that. What do you mean by the kind of, give us some examples of creativity that could be done on a shoestring, perhaps?
Oh, put me on the spot. I have no idea. I was just thinking about the fact that so very quickly organizations had offerings. I was part of a research team looking at, for a University of Brighton postgrad, a PhD team looking at doing data entry, really looking at the museum's initial response in the UK and the US, all the different offerings. And I found it astounding. If you looked countrywide, all the different things, the new websites, and obviously a lot of that is coming from collections, but also from their archives. How to answer the question about a small team. I saw somewhere on social media a very long time ago, and I thought it was most relevant to my experience, and possibly this, to don't try to do everything. Work with what you have. Kind of make small steps are better than no steps, maybe, if that's of use.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? I think, you know, that question of somebody's just said, you know, there's a problem that actually digital access is not universal, and that it does marry the limited accessibility of the archive space in similar ways, but also in different ways as well, that we need to consider as well. And I think, you know, in the end, perhaps what Suchi's presentation made me think about is that and you know, Monna's collection is also similar. The collection that we are digitizing is still the same. You know, the Britain Can Make It exhibition where the archive is held at the Design Archives at the University of Brighton. It is still a British nationalist kind of organized exhibition that came off the back of the British Empire, and it is still an imperial collection, I suppose, and we still have to deal with those things. That challenge that Suchi posed to make a collection anti-racist online is absolutely fascinating. I hope that people have got some suggestions in the chat that they might want to contribute. And I don't know whether the speakers want to respond to that. It's a huge and very difficult question. I certainly haven't got any immediate answers.
Can I just say, one of the things that we found very difficult when we were researching the lives of the Indian soldiers who lived in Brighton for nearly 2 years, is that, and not that long ago in living memory, so many archives are I will not sort of insult anybody by saying they're easy to access, but you're able to get to them and you'll be able to say, yes, I've got this amount of information to be able to do this. With the lives of, and this is just using one example, we have so many others I could give you, is to try and be able to access them at one point. And the only way we've been able to do it has actually been through the digital records that have been made available by people basically putting things together and making them available to the Keep or to other organisations. A museum, and there's another area, Museum Detox, are trying to bring together a digital archive of everything to do with this, linked, as you say, to anti-racism, because there are blocking points for people and research, and there's blocking points for this hidden history, where it is in these archives, and it's also in the bigger archives under, as you said, Claire, under the auspices of the British Empire. And we still got those cerebuses there in the 21st century. This, what happened, the case study I gave you was the 21st century. And that person still works for the museum.
Yeah. So it's about kind of people who are front of house. It's about training for them. It's about asking them whether they really want to work in that job, if this is what an archive should be in the 21st century. It's about changing the workforce to a certain degree. Somebody has asked you, Suchi, Aditi asked you about designing efficient keywords for photographs. I wonder whether that kind of process can be linked to an anti-racist agenda as well. Monna, do you want to come in? And can I just ask Farah?
Yeah, because that's one thing I'm not an expert on. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm currently pinned and I don't feel the need to be pinned. Suchi, do you want to come in? Oh, sorry, Monna, you go. Monna, go.
Yeah, because you've done the photography, because I have to admit, there is keywords that are needed, I agree. And I've got some of them, but there are probably more that I don't know. Is Monna there?
Just as far as my connection might be a bit too poor to contribute.
I can hear you better, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, this might be a bit more better. Are we talking about access? And because my
keywords, isn't it?
So
Monna, you could maybe type in the chat if it's easier. I'll type the question in the chat and you respond in the chat, because unfortunately the sound isn't great. Sue or Jen, do you want to come in on that issue of the relationship between data generation, about kind of documentation of collections, and what we might do to improve access?
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with what the question was.
A lot of keywords I've used, so I mean, you probably can come into it better because it's more your area. When I did the research on the soldiers, I used specific keywords linked to certain photos, because the majority of the research done on the Indian soldiers was based on postcard photos, plates, and art, and trench art. So my keywords were based around that, and they were based. Really, it does actually need a database of its own, and that question that was made is a very good point, because a lot of stuff has been missed because we started from scratch, because this is a hidden archive.
Yeah, okay, so the terminology that's been used in those descriptions doesn't encourage multiple narratives and interpretations of the material. I think there is a lot of work to be done in that area across all kinds of collections, definitely. Yeah.
Somebody said here in the chat, one of the important aspects of access that we've been dealing with archiving projects that are related to the notion of language and literacy. Not only language in terms of vernacular, diversity of spoken language, but also the cognitive skills that are required in order to be able to access this material. So this also extends into the space of digital archiving, when we've got community members who can't navigate through the simplest of digital platforms, or even experts, supposed experts who run courses in this that can't do that either. And they were wondering if we did discuss this as part of our discussions at Brighton, and what the responses were. Have any of the projects addressed it innovatively?
Can I very quickly say I'm a Luddite, and you all know what Luddites are. I look at technology and it blows up. So I totally hear whoever made that question, where they are coming from. And this is something that needs to be addressed. and it can be addressed. And I think somebody also said in one of the questions, Claire's, about some people don't have digital platforms, and that's a very, very good point. Which, you know, you've got some places where the people are behind on the digital, you know, we've got these fast speed internet and they don't, for whatever reason. So that is something I think that also needs to be put into the terminology database as well. How can we address that so we can bring it? And I think it all needs to move along on the same coattail, because you have got people that are like me that have to touch something and it blows up. But you can still go into it as a researcher, and they have basic packages available, but they don't, where you literally just turn it on and you click a few things and you can find what you're looking for, but they don't make that what is the word? They don't make that obvious. They want you to use other things. So it's like the ordinary person, the ordinary lay person who wants to go in and who hasn't got that skill that's being talked about, basically it doesn't feel that they are being given that wonderful user experience that we get as academics and scholars and people, you know. And can you imagine the plethora of information and material that we're missing from these people that are holding them, that we could be having for our archives?
Okay, thank you, Suchi. I wondered whether we wanted to talk a little bit about kind of, I mean, obviously India at the moment is in the throes of the pandemic at the moment. The UK is having a break. We shall see what happens in the next few months. But what about the lessons that we've learned under COVID that we can take back to the physical space of the archives when they reopen? I wondered whether people wanted to reflect a little bit on that relationship between how the archive, the physical space of the archive, can support access as well. Because kind of archives are spaces as well as kind of a repository of things and texts. And I wondered whether, Sue, whether you wanted to say a little bit about kind of what's going on at the archives at the University of Brighton in terms of kind of the physical space of the archive as well.
So yes, we are making plans to reopen the reading room in a COVID safe way, which has actually, you know, it actually causes a whole sort of further chain of provisions that we need to make to ensure the security of visitors and staff in terms of it being COVID safe. And on about virtual reading rooms and ways that we might offer other sort of parallel forms of digital access. And I think for me, that's the most exciting thing that's come out of COVID scenario, because I mean, you know, being away from our collections, we hate it as well, you know, and we're sort of also struggling with this same range of sort of concerns that people might have about the safety of going back into the workplace and so on. But it's exciting to think about these different ways that we might be able to offer access, but what the implications of that are for sort of staffing models, because to be able to offer those virtual services, we might have to take something away from, perhaps a resource away from the physical. So I think that is really the biggest challenge, is going to be, as lots of you have touched on, it's going to be where to focus those resources, really, I think, and how to get new resources to do these new things as well.
Thank you. So there's a question from Barrett about, to all of the panelists, do you work with an imagination of who the public for your archive is, and does that govern how you design access in your work?
I mean, I can answer. I didn't design it, but I'm happy to. I think I was thinking more from their mission statement, but I was also thinking of their public in terms of the wide variety of interests that they have. I think an archive, at least in an artistic context, can be a very interesting jumping off point. And in the case of PhotoWorks, where their mission is to create unique encounters with photography, I think you could use the archive in such a way. In response to COVID, it's kind of difficult because they don't have a physical space. So again, barring all of the connectivity and the technology issues with a digital platform, for me, I think that has the most relevance to them and their mission statement. But in terms of how you can use it, I'm a big fan of linked databases and linked archives. And so I kind of envision this world where virtual databases can be linked with others based on past examples, or current examples rather. And I think PhotoWorks could have just contributed with that. There's so many, you know, around the world. I just saw that as one active usage to kind of increase who their users are, not just artists, not just Brightonians, not just university researchers, for example.
Issues. So really thinking about the benefits of working together, sharing resources in this resource tight world. That might be a kind of a question, a suggestion for one of the previous questions, which asked about what is possible on such a resource tight budget. So did you want to come in?
So this is a question about opening up to new audiences.
This is a question about who your public is, yes, and how it governs your practice.
Yeah. So as I said, sort of in the introduction, our audience has primarily been academic. And I think that's a question that we constantly revisit, how we open up to wider audiences while still retaining sort of our mission as a part in a university context. And that has a certain set of sort of imperatives to it. But we did some work as part of our accreditation application that looked at who our stakeholders were. And that was just before COVID, which sort of changed everything that we'd had planned to sort of take that forward a further phase. But I think actually to be able to go back to that now, sort of with the new understandings that have come through this sort of COVID period, will be a really sort of positive thing to think to think about what our sort of strategic priorities there are in terms of looking at audiences and how we reach them.
Monna, I don't know is there a way for you to say a little bit about who your audiences in Tower Hamlets are, because it's still a very kind of diverse area of the country and certainly of London, isn't it? Okay, never mind. It's really interesting. Well, you'll have to email Monna later and talk to her about her amazing experiences. So I've got one last. Oh, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I just noticed that somebody in the chat has said, ironically, the COVID situation led to digitization being brought to a standstill as we don't have access to our collections. And that's something that I've heard a lot as well. So I think probably one thing that I'm struck with by hearing all these comments is how different people's experiences are and different institutional experiences are in COVID, that for some places, yes, it's led to more digitization, and for others, it's led to less access through digital content because of those barriers.
Mm. Can I ask a question? Given that Jen's archive is actually situated physically in Brighton University, it's in one of the oh no.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, fine. Well, there are affiliations then between PhotoWorks and the University of Brighton, and Sue's archive is obviously at the University of Brighton. And I just and the other participants have kind of had a relationship between the university and the archive. I just wondered what we think that collaborations between universities and archives can do to improve access.
So when you say collaborations between universities and archives, you mean, as for example, if we collaborated with PhotoWorks on shared
No,
resources?
I mean, what you're really well placed to talk about this because we do all the time. What does it mean to you to be in the center of a university? How does that relationship between the university and your archive facilitate your access strategies, I suppose?
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose to a degree, inevitably, it means that our access strategies, need to feed up in some way to university strategic priorities, because otherwise the university is not going to see us as a sort of priority to keep resourcing, put very bluntly. But we have to strike a balance between that and our sort of wider awareness of sort of issues in the wider archive and heritage sector, which may not always be entirely compatible with the university's priorities, or there may not be awareness of those kind of questions. So I think that's the it's a very interesting line to navigate sometimes, and it can also be quite challenging. In the way that I was talking about working in a business archive, you have a particular set of priorities and so on. Yeah.
Anyone else? I guess I was just thinking, you know, that we've been able, that the placement students who go out to these archives bring another perspective.
Yes.
Certainly those organisations have really benefited from having university students in their midst and being able to disseminate the work that they do through the courses at different levels. But of course, universities have their own strategies and hierarchies of access, and it certainly isn't, you know, bunching those two institutions up next to each other can actually mean double limitations to access in some ways, in terms of attitudinal access, intellectual access, and sometimes even physical access, because the archives are always kind of placed in the basement, perhaps in an organization where, you know, I don't know, the student cafe or something perhaps more glamorously forward facing goes at the front of the institution. So things to think about.
Yeah, I think that's fantastically important to have that relationship with the students. Yeah, that's a really important part of what we do, definitely.
Farah, did you want to come in?
Yes, there's a question from YouTube that I really wanted you to take before you close this session, which is, what would be a good archival team? That will be relevant to a lot of people here, because many of them are new archivists, people who are going solo, trying to build new archives. So
what would a good archival team comprise of? Who would be your dream team? Suchi, did you want to start?
Within a budget.
Oh, limitless budget.
Budget no option. Wow.
No, there is a budget. Be realistic. One person each. Suchi, who would you have in your top team? We've got only a couple of minutes left. Suchi, you're on mute.
I would want somebody from a community. If you're looking for information, archives on community, I'd go for somebody who's from a community group. For your archiving, because it's amazing what you can find from somebody at grassroots level. I would go for a grassroots level person.
Amazing, love that. Okay, Jen?
I mean, if we're going with hypothetical and, you know, dream scenario here, in a photographic archive, I think Joan Schwartz would be a very excellent person to have, but I don't know if that's even realistic.
Who's that? You have to explain to who that
is. She's a Canadian archivist. She's written a lot of literature on the theory of photography and archives and the interplay between the two and how the image works in archival theory.
Okay, so we've got a community member with lived experience. We've got an academic. What about Sue? What finishes off?
Well, I mean, I think a multidisciplinary team, this is the conversation that I have very often, and this is kind of my thing, really, that, you know, this is kind of how I got into the academic side of working as an archivist, because I think it's really important that all these voices are represented and that archivist voices are represented as well, because I think, you know, there have been a lot of sort of difficulties around the role of the archivist, but there's also a lot more that I like to represent in conversations about what archives do, where archives came from, and it may be that some of those have got very difficult sort of histories and sort of motivations, but I think it's important that archivists are included in that conversation so that we can all learn from those exchanges, and I learn a lot from these interdisciplinary conversations as well. So I think that would be my most important element.
Amazing. That's good.
What about you, Claire? Who would yours be, though, Claire?
Oh no, I wasn't thinking. I really like your suggestion, Suchi, of having the user as part of the kind of as a kind of key strategic figure. Obviously, as a kind of academic, I feel, well, I'm part user, but also I like that idea of kind of thinking critically and theoretically about an archive from the off as well. And yeah, I think maybe the conservation team would be critical, just to kind of make sure that those things are sustainably looked after as well. So that would be mine. So, Farah, is that our time?
Yes, so we should close this session.
Okay, well, I just wanted to thank you again for bearing with us and through our technical issues, and for supporting such a fantastic event. And thank you very much to the speakers as well.
It was an honor to have you. Thank you on behalf of the entire Milli team.
Thank you. That's great.
Okay, we are going to close this session for now, and you are free to hang around. We'll be starting the next session at 4:30. If you hang around, you will see us doing tech checks. We apologize for that. If all the panelists could share their emails here so that people can reach out to you if they have questions, That would be great. Do I have permission to turn off your cameras?
Yes.
Farah, would you like me to stop the live stream for now?
I thought Venkat said we were going to continue doing the live stream. Venkat, your call.
Yeah, I think we can just let it run.
Okay, so we are going to let it run. We are going to start the next session at 4:30. Professor Lomas and Dr. Chaudhuri, could you turn on your videos? Hello. Good to have you here. Can we test your audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear both of you. And Professor Lomas, could you say something again?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're going to be sharing your screen, is that correct? Will you try sharing your screen and let's see if that is working properly?
Can you see?
Yes. Could you play the slideshow?
Oh, play it, sorry.
No, not a problem.
I'll go back, sorry.
I think Zoom isn't very popular in the UK, is it?
It is actually, it's really, it's our main teaching tool for online teaching.
Right. But everybody seems to
Okay.
be more in favor of Teams.
So we use Teams for meetings, but we use Zoom for presentations.
Okay, so we are good. You can stop the screen share now because before we start the session, we will, I'll just introduce the session and then you can take it on from there.
Yeah, okay.
Are we good?
Thank you.
Do we need anything? You're most welcome. Dr. Chaudhuri, all our questions are on a Word doc that Bharat will share with you on the personal. Can you see the chat box?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, Bharat, will you please share the Word doc on which we are putting the questions to her in a personal message?
Yeah.
So we are going to be putting all the questions for the session at the top of this page. But if you would like, I can also direct the questions at you towards the after when we open it again.
Sorry, they're going to be in a Word document. Okay, Bharat. Okay, I can see this.
Yeah.
So, all right. Oops, it just takes up the screen. All right.
I'm just copying, I'm just moving your session to the top, the previous sessions at the top right now.
Okay. Or I can, if they come up in the chat, I can keep looking at the chat. Is
that is also perfectly fine. That's fine. Yeah.
All right.
So
And
I'll
if I
keep
miss
compiling them.
something,
Yeah, I'll keep
Farah, you
compiling
can
them in the
type.
document. And so.
Yeah, so I mean, I will look at the document in case we are missing something that.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Do I need to see the Word document, Farah, or is that not
No,
relevant?
you do not have to see the Word document.
Okay.
This is just for the moderators. So we're good.
Okay.
So we are good. We will be starting in 10 minutes. And yeah, there will be just awkward silence until then.
Okay.
Maybe you could just, if you have the day slide, you could just put it on the screen.
Yeah, I do. Just give me a second.
So you probably need a quick break, Farah, after that other session.
Yeah, that would be great, but I think I might be taking it a little later.
It's going to be 10 minutes. I'll take a break then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll start in 10 minutes. So you can turn off your video in that time if you want to.
Okay. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Sure. Are we able to see what we need to see?
Yep.
Yes.
Venkat, there have been some suggestions for cool transition music. Should we implement that?
Whatever you want.
I don't have any, but I've just...
Divij, if you are still the host, can you please make Avarna a co-host?
Yeah, I'll do that. Done, Farah.
We will be ready to go in a minute.
Should I share my slides, Farah?
Just give me a minute so that I can introduce you and Dr. Chaudhuri, and then you will. Right, I think we can start. Is that okay? Or shall we wait for the clock to strike 4:30? Okay, it has struck 4:30. So we begin with her next session, which is again about access, but in this case, it's about information governance and international law. We have Dr. Elizabeth Lomas presenting to us. She is a senior lecturer at the Department of Information Studies in University College London. And she's been teaching information governance for several years. And we also have Dr. Shubha Chaudhuri, who leads the Archives and Research Center for Ethnomusicology at AIIS, which is the American Institute for Indian Studies. Is that correct? Right. So Dr. Chaudhuri has also had extensive experience dealing with copyright laws and privacy laws, especially because she deals with community records, so to speak. So we'll have them both in conversation, but we'll start with Dr. Lomas presenting. Please feel free to introduce yourself as you would see fit before you go live. I will be taking off my video for now.
Thank you, Farah, for that introduction and the opportunity to speak to you all. So I'm just going to share my screen, but as Farah said, I'm a Associate Professor in Information Governance at UCL, and I'm also the Programme Director for our Archives and Records Management Programme. And when we talk about information governance, to me, that also implies thinking about ethical structures and frameworks and actually kind of challenging some of the ways in which those have happened. So I'm going to talk about the legislation, but I am going to talk about some areas where I think we actually need to think about how we develop it and how we as kind of different people working with archives and community and public and private records could be advocating for some changes, because we've kind of worked from quite historic models. So I'm going to talk about the legislation that exists, but also some changes and thinking about that from a kind of community perspective as well. But if we think about the kind of history of our legislation that exists around the world for archives, it comes out of and emerges this idea about having national archives and records legislation emerges from ideas about national identity and actually around kind of structures of power. And even when you think about access legislation, where they've talked about giving access to the public to records, some of those early legislative instruments in the US, for example, in the 1960s, they had access legislation to their government records. But some of the case for that was made around the idea that if they released records early, the records and the histories that would be written around warfare would present the kind of American perspective and victories. So there's that kind of aspect of power that comes into play around all of this. The aspirational elements that were in that early legislation were around ideas about accountability and foundations of democracy, but there were complexities in the way that that legislation was constructed. And so from the 18th century onwards, we start to see that idea about pulling records together in places where they could be properly managed and controlled in a national context. And the French, in fact, had the first kind of national archives legislation following the French Revolution. We get our first national archivist in the Netherlands in 1802, and then we get this swathe of national legislation that sweeps across the globe really from the 19th century onwards. And originally it was called Public Records Acts. But I think it's quite interesting that people have pivoted towards national records and national archives, because actually the public records maybe place that emphasis on accountability in the right way. You know, these were public records created for the public, you know, and therefore there is that kind of shift. So I just mentioned that. But those models have been quite basic in terms of what they've kind of set out. So increasingly there's been this kind of remit to appoint a keeper with responsibility. Occasionally there's been professional requirements around that. So in some countries like the Republic of Ireland, you get the requirement to have someone that is an archivist. But actually, you know, in many countries around the world, you're now getting accountants leading these institutions, and limited requirements around who sits on the kind of advisory executives that sit around the kind of government state. So although many archives are seeking to kind of bring in more stakeholders, there's a limited requirement to actually do that. And these legislative instruments establish the rules for retention, destruction and review, and when things should be transferred around government departments. They don't really kind of dictate what needs to be kept. That happens at a lower level, and I think that's been one of the issues. So in the UK, for example, we've had an issue that the Windrush generation that came from the Caribbean and emigrated to the UK in the 20th century over the sort of 1950s onwards, we've wiped out some of their records and we haven't kept them. And, you know, that is to the detriment of our national history, that we've kind of wiped out some of that emigration records. And what we've tended to keep are the kind of policy records rather than the kind of histories of community. And the other things those instruments introduce is access protocols. In the 1970s, UNESCO produced a kind of draft model, and I would suggest that we actually need to kind of review that draft model. In terms of thinking about this, in local and state entities, they kind of copied that national archive structure, but they did sometimes introduce private record holdings. Very few national archives hold private records, although some do, but a lot of them tend to focus on the government at a kind of national level. So in tandem with that, and the recognition that there was a need to kind of manage and understand where private records are held, these kind of surveying mechanisms have come into being. So in the USA, you had the Historical Manuscripts Commission. We had a similar thing in the UK, similar in Canada, and actually India more formally introduced the National Mission for Manuscripts quite late in 2003. But these kind of exist to understand what's out there, to promote the preservation of private records and to aid access. But that aiding access has been enforced in different ways in different countries. And so the private record system is somewhat more ad hoc in terms of how things are managed and held. Of course, you do get requirements for corporations and charities to hold certain records and be accountable, but only for limited times and not necessarily, and not for archival reasons. So our legislation is quite limited. And, you know, historically, you've had the archivists there as the gatekeepers of the past, dictating access. Whoever created the records became the holder and had power. And, you know, there have been problems over this through time. So, for example, in terms of colonial history, the UK has got a lot of records from other countries, and there's a debate around whether or not it should have those records, or actually should they be with the countries to whom they pertain and the people to whom they pertain. So those arguments have existed, and you know, there are those kind of power problems and ownership problems. The legislation has spoken to power, and there's still areas where you're told to keep a paper copy of something. In fact, in the UK, for our legislative bills, we have to print them on parchment. That's not often the case, but there's some areas where paper's been the preferential copy. Now, the legislation that's perhaps been the most successful in terms of a global profile has perhaps been copyright, and I'll come on to that. But as I've said, there's few laws dictating what you keep for archival purposes, not really anything around community records per se. And often you will get records deposited in archives in times of crisis and without funding. So these legislative instruments, whilst they give a mandate to an existence of archival entities, what they don't really dictate is the budgets around that, and those have to be negotiated. So I think we kind of heard in the earlier presentation the issue around some of the resourcing. The New Zealand Act was a kind of act that tried to change some of those traditions, and that's quite an interesting one because it took account of the idea that oral testimony had a place in a kind of archival thinking and archival retention. And there was an acceptance in New Zealand that the histories and the retention hadn't really taken account of actually Indigenous people and their cultures. And so they renamed the National Archives to take account of that. And they rethought how some of that council function did work. And they added in additional accountability. They did look at copyright. And as I've said, they tried to enhance that kind of cultural heritage and national identity with the spirit of Indigenous peoples thinking about how records were formed and created. And they actually supported the safekeeping of private records. So I wanted to kind of highlight that piece of legislation. In Asia, most of the models in India, in Thailand, they follow that kind of more traditional model that I've spoken about. Although you may be able to point out some examples to me that I've missed, and I'd be interested to hear about those. So thinking about other legislation that impacts on archives, although it's not been strictly created for archives, we have obviously this kind of what is potentially one of the most successful pieces of global legislation, copyright, started around the world in different ways. You get things like the Statute of Ban in England and Wales, which dictated that you needed to keep things for 14 years. And then we got international conventions like the Berne Convention, Universal Copyright Convention. We get the development of the World Intellectual Property Organization. And actually the rules around copyright have been quite successfully negotiated and agreed. And actually coming out of this as a secondary thing, you get ideas around the requirements for place of deposits for publications. So dictating kind of these publication formats, and you get in national libraries the requirement to deposit copies of books, more traditional books, but also you get things around sound recording. So a kind of variety of formats. And essentially these give kind of moral rights as well to authors of literary, dramatic, artistic works, creators of, you know, letters and manuscripts. So the author of something has copyright, and you get this idea about paternity and the idea about the integrity, so you can't misuse and have a derogatory treatment of some of those pieces. So I think that's important. You also get additional factors playing into this around how things can be reproduced, rented, performed, communicated to the public, adapted, how things can be used for education. In an archival sense, there's been this work around orphan work, so the potential to give cultural institutions the opportunity to reproduce and increase access where you actually don't know who the author is. Increasingly, we also have this issue around digital rights management and the need to manage access rights on different kinds of devices, and the kind of difference and distinction that makes. And there is now this complexity that we're moving into a digital world for archives, and we're having kind of complexities around that. So content on the web is not automatically considered in the public domain. So you do then have to consider these kind of copyright aspects. Each social media platform has its own rules. And it's important to be aware of where the platform is hosted, where the author is located, who uploads the content, who downloads it, where are they? So we're now having to kind of navigate these national boundaries. So actually, although copyright exists quite uniformly at international level, there are different aspects that come into play in terms of how this works. So the determination of which country's laws applies in a particular cloud situation depends on the issue around where there's concern. So things like debt protection, contract liability, criminal law, things around defamation, you get into this kind of needing to understand national laws. And that can be quite complex for community archives to think about whether any of their material will cause offence, to think about how you're reaching out through the web and using things. And so as we've moved from paper to digital, you know, we have to think whether our laws are fit for purpose. We have to think about how those controls are exercised and how communities keep control of the things that they create and use them to maximum effect. And actually data has become this new kind of commoditized entity, and data's like, some people say it's like the new oil because we've recognized it has a value, so it has been commoditized. Others say, you know, it needs to be like water. We need to understand what's clean data, what are we using for evidence, who has access to the right evidence. So there's been a kind of value put around things, and corporate entities like Facebook around the globe, so in Africa in particular, they've become one of the kind of key ways to get web access. And so they're controlling kind of this community data and a lot of our personal data and content around the world. But are they kind of understanding kind of archival implications about that? What reasons and background is there to what they're doing because they're a commercial entity? And how do we need to work for and legislate with these social media entities is one of the challenges. That idea about evidence and good evidence, which archives have traditionally been there to deliver that kind of evidential base. I think the pandemic has really driven home the kind of value of an evidence base and the need for it. And so in terms of that data, we need to think about who has access, and access regimes don't work on making Facebook give access to something. They work on, you know, where there are these public entities and they give access. So this is a kind of map of the world, and around the world, most countries now have some kind of form of access legislation, but that is a kind of mediated access by power holders. In a European context, interesting, we've got additional rights around environmental information. And so we've preferenced the idea that actually environmental information has such value to the way in which we live and sustain the earth and the planet. And I've put some of the kind of words around the report on environmental rule and law, and the need for the kind of access to information around what that delivers in terms of legal remedies and accountability. So we actually preference environmental information, and if you request environmental information from a public entity, there'd be very limited reasons why that wouldn't be provided. Now, obviously, many people think we're not going far enough with our legislation, and there is this idea about pushing open access. Academic institutions have been encouraged to make their works publicly available on open access. That's harder to do in some countries than in others. So for very rich university institutions, it's easier to help fund and push their academic material into open access forums. There's been like controversy around that idea about open access. Aaron Schwartz was someone who sadly committed suicide because he provided this kind of feed to academic publications and was then in prison for it. So there is a kind of journey in terms of what should be available automatically and what are the kind of rights of authors who invest time and energy and intellectual rights into the creation of something. And so we do need to think about those rights and the kind of competing balances, but this is an important journey. Only a very small number of countries around the world have open government action plans. So you can see that that's the 2020 picture. So I think this is an important conversation and something where we do need to think about how we legislate for that open accountability and that kind of access by design. So you can see the UK where I'm speaking from today, we don't have anything, and it is a bit of a minimal patchwork there, minimal in Asia as well. But even if you have this legislation in place, one of the things that holds power to account is obviously an ability to speak freely. And the Press Freedom Index is a more controversial instrument. People dispute these rankings, but there are arguments around the kind of ability to kind of have freedom of speech. And it's all very well having records if you actually can't speak about the content. So these other rankings do matter in terms of the information that we hold and our ability to discuss it. In terms of thinking about the kind of dignity of rights, the privacy legislation regimes that have come in around the world are kind of critical. And actually, I've got, this is produced from 2016, but many of those red areas have now turned blue and have data protection privacy laws. And these really kind of protect the rights of individuals in terms of determining their privacy, but also some control and access to their personal data where it's kept by others. And there's this idea that came from Canada, but has now been implemented in the EU that organisations should have privacy by design. So that means if you're a community collecting personal data, you should put in place thinking about how you manage that, how you make sure that you're holding it for lawful and transparent reasons, how you document your process, how you kind of think about privacy impact assessments. So if you do use particular technological tools to make things available, that you kind of weigh up any issues with it, any security, any loss of control, that you fairly tell people what you're doing, and that you give people in certain instances consent that is meaningful. And this has sort of become the EU has got the highest level requirements, and for some of our more kind of ethical tech providers, they're working with this as a kind of minimum standard. So this is a kind of framework of accountability, and the EU legislation gives people certain rights to be forgotten, rights to data portability, subject access without charge, the idea about designing these systems, processes for if you do have a data protection breach, fines for if you get things wrong, substantive fines in the millions, restrictions to transfer. So you have to go through a process when you transfer things across national boundaries, including holding it in software. And in the US, we've had a case against transferring to the US, except in limited circumstances, because it's been deemed that because of the security services laws in the US, that could be deemed to be controversial. In India, where there are kind of comparable legislative frameworks in place, for example, now, and a lot of working across with tech provision, you can put clauses into contracts, but you can transfer things across. And really you're trying to manage this idea about what are the impacts and weigh up the kind of risks. Now, actually, it's important to say that there was specific archival requirements put into the legislation. These were derogated down to national levels, but the right to be forgotten doesn't apply to archives. So when something is in a formally held archive, that right to be forgotten doesn't exist. And we put in place special guidance. So we had a lot of controversy around how this would work. And in the UK, we fought particularly hard for community archive rights. So in some countries, they wanted it to just be around where those public, official, recognised archival entities existed. But we really kind of fought around that idea. And so if something is recognised as an archive, performing something for public interest, those rights still apply, that those community archive can be deemed to have those same kind of archival rights. There will be some challenge to that. So we know that some people want their material to be expunged from archives. So we are expecting some legal case law to come forward on that. So one example is that people get confirmed or christened into a particular religion by their parents, and they later on, when they're older, when they're of adult age, they don't want to be deemed to be part of that religion. So they want those records deleted. So that's a kind of area of debate and concern, but there are archival rights. We did advocate for those in that. And sitting around those personal rights, there are ideas around privacy and ownership. The American case, there's been librarians making stances, the Connecticut 4, that government shouldn't see who borrows books because you're not what you read. You're allowed to explore different ideas. And there's ideas around libel, defamation and confidentiality. There's still a kind of dearth of legislation around things around oral testimony, which can be a really important part of community archives. And one of the areas where I think we struggle with is the idea about actually bottom-up models. We don't really legislate for bottom-up models. Even that data protection by design, it's by people in control that are legislating. So I really think that there's a place for rethinking our legislation in terms of community-driven models and that kind of bottom-up model, and also that idea about co-creation and ownership from the outset. So actually there's a kind of sense that organisations control our personal data, but in reality we're giving them that data and we're kind of co-creating it. So actually there could be more access by design as well as privacy by design, and that kind of more bottom-up model. My colleague Andrew Flynn has done lots of work on the idea about human participatory creation. And I'm going to just come on to an example that Andrew and some of my other UCL colleagues have worked on at UCL. But basically, we've got these models of human rights and that we're all born free and equal. And we're legislating for some of these things. So I'm not going to read out all of the human rights, but they have in there that idea from 1948 about privacy and property rights. and rights to freedom of thought, and right of opinion and expression. So great things in that Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which most entities around the world signed up for, parts of which have been legislated for, but there are missing parts in that in terms of memory and truth and co-creation, I'd suggest. So what I wanted to end with is some points for debate, really, that we need to really rethink some of our legislation in terms of thinking who is creating it, and actually could we be co-creating. So actually, is it the government? Because we give our information to government, we give our information to others. What are we keeping? So community archives are challenging what has been kept and what has value, and have really made a case for actually other areas of record keeping and archiving actually keeping other things as well. So governments, as I've said, have tended to keep policy records. They could, especially now we're moving towards more kind of digital content, where actually storage is less of an issue, provided you get things right and migrate things through time. It does create different issues, but we could keep more, and we could think about how we make value and use of that, how we understand the rights of that, of those people who kind of have a stake in those records. So what rights are held, who has access, and how there is accountability, I think is a critical question. How the access is actually provided. So as we've moved from paper to the idea about digitizing some of our historic paper records, we've tended around the world to introduce pay models, and so there is a kind of preference for who can access some of that content. A critical question is resourcing, and actually we don't often in many countries around the world have resourcing for community archives, who now are an important picture of our archival profile. And actually, whereas one time there was this drive to move private records into kind of public hands, actually there's a value to keeping things in situ, because then they'll grow and build and speak to those stakeholder communities. And it's the people who create the records that often have a kind of vested interest in keeping control and actually kind of understanding and growth of that archive. So we maybe need to rethink our funding, but actually how we legislate for the position of archives, records, information, data. In the legislation, you see these different terms being thrown around, perhaps causing some confusion, and maybe we need a kind of better understanding of archives. It was really interesting doing the work for the Data Protection Act to get the rights of archives recognised, and to try and explain to officials what makes something an archive, you know, when there isn't a piece of legislation that sits around it. A community archive is still an archive, even if it can't afford to have a professional archive or chooses not to for a range of reasons. And who holds power around those things, I think, is a critical piece of information. So I just wanted to mention, I'm just looking at my time, I've got a little bit of time. So this is a piece of work that we did to really try kind of challenge and perception of how records should be created and controlled. So we worked with care leavers in England, and these are people that had during their childhood at some point been in some form of state controlled care. So basically the government or the local authority had become their parent, and all of the records that were kept about those people, they then had to try, if they wanted to try and access their childhood memories, they had to go through some kind of official data protection process. And they would then, you know, that would often take a very long time, and sometimes years to get access to the records. Sometimes it wouldn't have been kept. There is now legislation in place saying it should be kept for their lifetime for 75 years. That's really in case there's been issues of child abuse, rather than because they should have a right to their childhood memory. They would often, when they got a record back, they would have parts of it redacted. So that means parts would be blacked out, even though they might sometimes have known that information. There would rarely be a photograph. If there was a photograph of a family, they would cut it up and give them the photograph of just themselves, not the photograph of them with their parents or their siblings, because those people were seen as having their own personal data rights. So there was a kind of denial of their childhood. Often the records were written for the purposes of the authority. So we would hear about the great work a social worker had done and their achievement turning someone from wrong to right, or something that they felt they'd achieved. A lot of the records were around the problems that children had had. And it was just heartbreaking, some of the stories that we heard, because when they got back this record, you know, the image of their childhood was only of negative things. It wouldn't tell you if they'd done something well, if they'd made something. They're meant to do life story work, but often people felt it was controlled and only at a snapshot at one moment in time. So you wouldn't have all of those things that your parent would provide. Memories can be quite confused when people have kind of gone through time, you know, transferred through time when they've been in different homes. And when you've not got others in a family environment or a friendship environment to share your memories, because you've had quite a dislocated experience, actually it can be really difficult to make sense of your childhood. So there's a little film on there that you can watch where people speak about their experience, and we've actually been able to get the social workers to change some of their guidance. They're going to make positive records, but also we've got this app that we're designing where children will be able to co-create and put things into their record and choose some of that. And also they're going to see their record through their childhood, so nothing comes as a surprise. And I can see that I'm being told, I think, that my time is up. So that is the end of my presentation. I could see Dr. Chaudhuri signaling to me, but that film and that change and that idea of co-creation and more control to children, because the record exists because they, you know, it is their record of their childhood, and it's really important that they have that right to memory and identity. But I just wanted to end by saying there's a lot of legislation to work with, but there's so much more we could achieve by legislating and thinking as archivists of our community needs. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. That was, I think, a wonderful overview. I think quite a daunting amount of information on legislation. We have lots of questions coming up, so which is why I thought we should leave a little time for them. I think it was interesting that you moved on from state archives to community archives and looking at how access might move from government legislation to rights of the people who created, or the whole, you know, all the issues to do with ownership. It is a very complex kind of a web. I just had a few questions to do with access. In the UK, do you have specific laws that govern access for archives? And are there laws that are a little different for digital access or online access?
So we have a Freedom of Information Act, and that basically gives you rights to ask for what is held subject to exemptions, and you'll get that information provided. It normally gets provided in paper form. If something was created in a digital form, an audio, then obviously you would then get an audio potentially. Sometimes you do get a transcript of that. It is subject to exemption. So as I say, sometimes you'll get parts redacted. So we do have these access laws for certain entities. There's kind of controversy around them, as you know, when governments outsource, the outsourced entity isn't subject to the law. They are under environmental laws, but not under the kind of standard access laws. And some organisations aren't caught, so things like charities aren't caught or subject to the law, or private commercial entities. Our law was quite late. It was 2004. So we looked around the world and we legislated in line with taking things from around the world. There's different arguments for how well it's worked. Some government officials say that it's actually shut down documentation. There's been rows that we're not getting as good archives over the longer term because people aren't committing things to captured formats. And there's been arguments around that in terms of what hasn't been captured. We've had some government inquiries where there's been a lack of records come forward on the inquiries, and freedom of information has been blamed. But yes, we have those laws, and they have changed things and made people more accountable. We had an MP.
We also have the Right to Information Act, but my question was more about archival material. Do you have any laws that govern archival access specifically?
So after 30 years, the materials have to be in, and we're bringing it down to 20 years, they have to be in an archive and subject to and available on the ground in the archive. So if you're able to visit, and you have, but otherwise the freedom of information is a problem, because after the 30 years when it's deemed to be accessible in the archives, if you can't visit, you get into a problem. And the digitized versions tend to be pay per view sort of access, because that's the model that they funded it under. So you do have access to things in the archives. We also have a problem with the legislation that they sometimes put things into the archive and push it in earlier now to avoid some of those kind of other access requirements. And we met that with the kind of care levers, that some data protection rights then don't exist when things are in the archive, interestingly. So we have that problem. So if you put a care levers file into an archive, the archive says you can come and visit what's open on site, but actually your record won't be open on site because it's about a living person, so it will be shut for 100 years. And you, as an individual, your data protection rights are gone. So we've got a little bit of ironing out to do in the law. I don't know if that makes sense. It is quite complicated.
Right. Before we go on to taking the questions, just one last question from me was, you discussed the issue of national identity in forming national archives. But would you care to talk about the fact that there's also the big issue of representation? What is an archive in the end, or a national archive? How do you decide what you represent, or how you select material? How do you, so what that part of the identity, and how a kind of access is built in to the structure of an archive? Because there's interesting models, as you mentioned, in New Zealand, Australia, we have the IATSIS, the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, which has completely structured their access models right from when you enter their search into their cultural parameters. So I was wondering if you'd care to reflect about that.
So those models, and I pointed to New Zealand, have rethought things. A lot of the other legislative models don't really tell you what you have to keep. They don't really kind of require structures with all the stakeholders involved. I think there's been a recognition that the models haven't been inclusive enough. And so a lot of national archives are trying to change that and trying to bring in different people. But actually, we know that there are kind of real gaps in what we've got from the past, in the quite recent past, because we haven't been inclusive enough. And actually, we've tended to focus a lot on policy rather than kind of understanding what is happening in communities nationally and capturing really important social history. So I think social history hasn't been dealt with in a lot of places, but New Zealand and Australia are probably two of the examples that have done better in changing that. But for most countries around the world, there's this model that you move government, the kind of higher level government papers, the persons that they deem to be the most important, so government ministers, but not kind of thinking about the wider population and how we might capture those things and show the impact of policy on those people through time and what those people's lives are through time. So there are a few kind of legislative instruments for capturing data, like census and some Office of National Statistics data, but not really the kind of rich picture of records that I think now we're starting to get the challenge for, that we should be capturing, I think.
We have a question about, with the governments turning to a more Orwellian kind of models or systems, what kind of implications does this have on archives? Does international law provide a balance between access to archival data and maintenance of national security?
So again, it is a mixed picture around the world, and there's been a lot of controversy with the pandemic that we've potentially shifted structures, you know, in terms of what data it's deemed to be acceptable to collect in a pandemic about people's movements and things. So there is this argument, and that's why the EU, which the UK sadly, in my view, left, but the EU has fought back against that. So they're one of the sort of most powerful blocs fighting back against that. So that's hence why they've got this standoff with the US, because the US, they have a Patriot law, give preference to the kind of security services being allowed to go in and take, you know, and look at data in archives, but look at data in their social media entities. Like they've wanted WhatsApp to hand over their encryption tools. So there is this problem and this tension at the moment that people are fighting over. There are kind of ideas around, you know, if you have human participatory, this idea about the human participatory record creation, you don't have surprises, but you also could try and empower citizens as to what gets created and what gets held, and kind of de-empower states. But unfortunately with the pandemic, some of those conversations have gone in a different direction, because people have seen it as to society's benefit to gather more information and to minimize some of the processes around that. When you look at the track and trace tools, you get a kind of sense of countries' perspectives on this to some extent. But archives have always been that kind of, they're there to be a kind of tool of accountability and to provide a public records. In most countries around the world, the security services are the areas where they have the strongest exemptions. And I can understand why some of that is, and there is a complexity there, but there is a problem about providing balance. And I read out some of those kind of human rights things, but I think we need to kind of keep fighting for that human rights. And often when there is a legal case, it will be those kind of entities of power that have the records, not the person who might be defending themselves. We've just had a really awful national tragedy here where people's lives have been ruined over a 20-year period, and people went to jail because we have this post office system, and a new piece of technology was introduced, and the people that were in charge of the different post office branches were claimed to have committed fraud, like on a mass scale. Like lots and lots of them then got accused of this, lost their jobs, lost their pensions. And it wasn't kind of plausible that so many people could have been corrupt. And the post office held the records and actually knew quite early on that they were innocent. People have died and waiting for the case to be resolved and lost their, you know, whole financial and health and well-being. And some of them, because they get a lower sentence if they did plead guilty. And the post office, who were a national entity, controlled those records and denied people access to the real position. So there is this kind of denial sometimes of access to information, and nobody from the post office has gone to jail for that, but they ought to be kind of that model of balance and accountability if you deny people access to the truth and the right to defend themselves.
There's a couple of questions about community archives. I think quite a lot of interest. One question is that a lot of communities are not aware of material in the archives that may belong to them. And do archives, to your best of your knowledge, do archives reach out to such communities to make them aware? And I think there's some relation with the issue of repatriation there. So are you aware of archival activities of this sort?
So I think that has been one of the benefits of these surveying entities, these sort of historical manuscripts commission type entities, is that they've existed to try and make connections, to put online the kind of information they know, which is a kind of enabling tool to help people join up what's there. And sometimes to work on particular projects. So they have worked on particular projects for particular community needs, to try and kind of make connections. But obviously there's more that could be done, and more connection. And I think having those kind of stakeholder networks is the key to this and kind of really pushing this. Repatriation is that kind of complexity, both for museum objects and archives. With archives, obviously, you have the opportunity that you can make copies. It's not quite the same for an object, so there's an additional complexity. But I do think that that is something which is coming to the fore in terms of discussions. Interestingly, China and the UK, where China took back Hong Kong and that obviously had a powerful voice in the handback, they had a massive 10-year program to work out what was shared and to make sure that both parties had copies of everything. Obviously that's happened in more recent times and some of the other issues have happened historically, but I do think there's obviously a need to re-examine what's kept where and who really should have the rights of those things.
So I think there's a lot of such projects now in the audiovisual archives domain of people reaching out to communities or actual projects of, to repatriate collections. I think for whoever's interested, I don't know about document archives, but in the more cultural archives, I think there have been such attempts. There's another question about how do you hold governments accountable if things which are held by national law? I think that relates to your answer about the right to information.
I think that it is about those access laws that hold them to account then to provide that information. I do think there's something to be learned from the data protection legislation. So we've got the idea now in data protection legislation of privacy by design. And if we actually, when we create and manage, most of our records are being created in digital formats. If we thought about access by design, then we could actually be pushing out a lot more material automatically. And I think that access by design is something we need to think much more about. But the actual accountability happens through that kind of information access regime.
There's some questions about classified secret information, but I think that's really doesn't fall into archives right now. What I would like to bring, there's some questions about the internet, that the internet is seen as a homogeneous international open space, but the regulation of the internet doesn't quite work that way. And you did mention that in your talking about how it is impacted by where it is hosted. Can you just expand on that a little?
So, I mean, it is complicated because you have the law where you're creating something and where you upload content from, but then you also have to think, where is it going to end up being hosted? So who's the software provider? Because they will take that information into their domain. So you have to decide whether you're happy with the laws where they reside for reasons that I've spoken about, like the American security services can access things. And then there's the law where people download things. So you do get, for example, you'll have a defamation case in one country. And so people in that country can't comment on it on their platforms. People in other countries can comment on it. And sometimes people in those other countries can look at what they're saying. It's very difficult to lock down data in that kind of way that it used to be. The kind of internet hosts do try and control some of that. So you'll get a US version of Google as opposed to their national versions of Google. But actually, if you want to, you can go to the Google search engine. But there is a complexity around those laws, and there can be problems, therefore, because of copyright and where you get different rights, because not all rights are kind of global. So you need to understand that if you're uploading any content and try and get the permissions and consents then for global distribution. So there is a kind of complexity. Interestingly, China's creating a model where they might have a kind of rival web, and then there may be kind of more national webs, which would actually be quite sad in a way not to have kind of shared global spaces for other reasons. But there is a kind of need to have more sort of international agreement on accepted protocols and what should be acceptable, I think. But we're not there yet. So you do have to think, where am I uploading, who are my stakeholders that might be downloading, and what software is it going to go through, and where the cloud's hosted as well, because you get the thing about where the servers are hosted.
I think when we're talking about community archives, we don't have a lot of time. I think the emphasis is a lot on cultural materials very often. And so I think there's different kind of archive access laws that govern what a community might find objectionable or, secret or something they don't want to share. So there is that whole aspect of cultural materials that come up with community archive, and the free prior informed consent, which is kind of growing, and some countries adopting it within the legal framework as well. So I wonder if you can reflect on that.
So you do need to kind of envisage what the sensitivities are of any material. The design of any kind of, when you're collecting new material, the design of those kind of instruments should, wherever possible, kind of talk somebody openly and honestly through what the kind of implications are. If, for example, they're giving an oral history, under what conditions, what will be the guarantees around it, how long you'll keep it closed, what is the purpose of having it in the longer term, how you'll open it, how you'll share it. And you do need to go through, in a much fuller way than we used to, go through all of those kind of implications so that you can envisage looking forwards what you might want to do with something, and you've given people a full, frank and honest account, and they've actively endorsed that and signed up to it, and that you don't pressurize people. So often now you have to kind of create an information sheet as something that people can think about the key areas to help them make decisions and to consent to things appropriately. So there is much more needs to go into the actual framework design and the documentation, and the documentation is now key going with anything that you hold in the collection.
So I think last question is about fair use or fair dealing. That I wonder if you would, you had mentioned that somewhere a little bit, but I think that's an important part of access. A lot of us from academic institutions or even from community archives or NGOs or so on would be interested in what constitutes, I think, it probably is different in different countries. In India, we have something called fair dealing. But there is, I think, a general understanding of what kind of things fall under fair use in terms of access.
If I may interrupt before that, Dr. Chaudhuri, we have time until 5:45, so please feel free to take questions.
All right.
So,
I think I've done okay, 5:45. I thought it was 5:30, so I was trying to end up. Okay.
We have enough time, so please.
Okay, fine.
And yes. I think Mr. Rajamani was asking about if there is a process in the UK. I think he's referring to how the Subhash Chandra Bose files were made declassified in India, and the National Archives has the Abhilekh Patal for that. But I think they're trying to think about how the National Archives can declassify more documents in the future.
So I mean, in the UK now, a lot of things get automatically declassified after certain time periods, and then there are just exceptions. But actually, we have review panels, we have an advisory council, and we do have kind of review panels that declassify things. So there are ways that you can kind of unclassify things, but you have to look in some instances on a kind of class base. So that does happen. You asked about fair dealing as well, and I think I did touch on it, but very lightly.
Yes, you did.
I think
yes.
There's been tools to help in terms of understanding and self-applying copyright very easily, like Creative Commons. But the kind of fair dealing rules are somewhat different in different countries. But there are these ideas that a certain percent of the material, provided it doesn't take the substantive content, can be reused. There's ideas around that. I mentioned the orphan works, that even if you don't know the creator, you can go through certain steps to kind of use things and then pick it up later. Educational purposes, normally has kind of special status. So there seems to be a kind of value and allowance of using certain materials in teaching. So those ideas of fair dealing aren't consistent nation to nation, but they're increasingly gaining a kind of sense of pattern in terms of how they work. And I don't know if that aligns with your kind of view, Dr. Chaudhuri. I was thinking I'm probably meant to be having a conversation and asking you questions.
So Rajamani, does that answer your question? Would you like to come
yes,
on
please
video
feel
or
free to
unmute
raise your
yourself?
hands.
Yeah, yeah. I don't seem to have a thing for seeing hands, which is why I'm a little...
I will just unmute.
Yes.
Mr. Rajamani.
So Rajamani, would you like to come on to video if your question is answered?
I think he's dropped out.
Okay.
He might have been dropped.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions?
Hands, and I will, Dr. Chaudhuri, don't worry about it. If people raise their hands, I will allow them to.
So I'm not able to see anybody's hands being raised. So Farah, please feel free to take over the questions.
Right. So Ali Akbar Mehta has a follow-up question, which says the inequality and regulation of law in terms of the internet leads to a knowledge economy or a cognitive economy, and the affect the financialization of knowledge. How can we work towards creating international equal laws from grassroots perspective? And Dr. Chaudhuri, please answer this too. I mean, it was supposed to be a conversation, so please give your own insights also.
Yes, well, I did see this from Ali Akbar earlier. I was wondering because he said he's thinking aloud, and I thought I would read it out when the questions were over. But Ali Akbar, would you like to come on and say, put it all together, your thinking aloud questions?
Yes, you have permission to unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, hi. Apologies for not switching on my video. But firstly, let me just thank both of you for an excellent session. It was very insightful.
Can you be a little louder, Ali Akbar? Sorry, I'm not able to hear you very well. If you could also come on video, it might be nice. And if you have the bandwidth.
Can you hear me now?
That's better. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Hi. I was just saying thank you very much for an excellent session. It was very insightful. Personally, I'm approaching the entire question of archiving from an artistic perspective, but I'm very interested in how processes of archiving actually do, at least within the artistic field, do tend to think about questions of social justice and a certain kind of equality. And I think this idea of looking at law is very important. And so for me, I was just thinking about, and having said that, I think a lot of our range of thinking still is operating, or at least mine, just to speak for myself, is operating on a certain kind of theoretical or philosophical level. So which is why I kind of was just thinking aloud this idea of access in the context of value, because I think when NARA, which is the National Archives of the United States, or the National Archives Association, in the definition of archives, they all lay such emphasis on the word value. And I think historically also the question of value has been foremost in the idea of archiving. But these questions of value are, I mean, as we have seen in the multiple presentations of the last 2 days and even today, the idea of value is being deeply contested. And so how does it shift this idea of value? And specific, so that was my thinking aloud part, but I think the question was primarily because one is also operating within an academic or a university context where production of knowledge or production, or even as artistic production of knowledges, one is kind of implicated, I think, in this idea of creating and producing knowledge, and thinking about how can laws in a way kind of guide us into creating systems for more equitably distributed knowledges. So the crux of my question, at least to you, is that how can we affect from a grassroots level or even an activist perspective, how can we affect a shift in law to create more equal spaces?
So I think Creative Commons did shift things, and that was a sort of grassroots movement where they thought about things differently and worked with the current law. So that was quite interesting, because then they had those levels within it of openness, and critically for academics, the idea about acknowledgement of your knowledge production. So there is that, but there is a complexity around the idea of value and commoditization. So some of the National Archives you'll see have used this word now about putting innovation into their strategy. But a lot of that innovation, I think, is around driving money and resource and funding, not really innovation in ways that other people might think of in terms of social justice, so that movement, I think, is going to have to come from a grassroots to push change and to think about how then we can legislate for some of that change. And there is a kind of complexity there. For those of us that are in academia that are kind of paid for our knowledge production, the open access thing isn't so contentious. I think it's problematic for others. If you're an artist, for example, that is, that is your profession and you're not employed, that becomes complicated. And there is problems in the artistic community around that. So I don't know whether you've followed the debates around these non-fungible tokens, and the idea that you'll produce an artwork that's a digital artwork and you'll give it this kind of encryption, and that will add value and a kind of stamp on it, so you've got ownership and you can get value from your kind of what is then an artistic product. So I think there are these problems around product and actual knowledge in terms of how actually the benefit of how archives were traditionally was this idea that actually they weren't associated with an economic value. Objects in museums often had an economic value, but archivists weren't laden with that problem about money, and now they are becoming increasingly kind of problematized by this idea about commoditization. So I do think we need to kind of remind things about the best of what was in the legislation and that need of accountability and justice and democracy. But there are kind of, I haven't actually got the answers other than that I think we need to have the grassroots conversations and then push back up really to kind of change some of this.
But I think what you're talking about value is very interesting, because I think it's shifting goalposts, what is valuable. As somebody who works in an archive, most of the time what people think of as valuable is how old it is. What is the oldest recording you have? Then that kind of sets a marker for what is valuable. So I think what is valuable will be constantly changing depending on what trends are. So kind of makes it harder to define value, but also how reproducible it is. I think we tend to now start devaluing things which are digitally possible to reproduce, so, anybody can get that, that's on YouTube already, so I think there is how hard or easy it is to get something, how authentic it is. So we try to keep that out of the whole archival discourse about the authenticity, but it's a big one there. And so I think that have to be something, I think what all archivists have to learn is to be nimble on your feet and be constantly, have to keep changing what your rules are, have to keep changing what your access policies are, because what your audience is constantly changing. And I think that's the only constant is change is really true for archives. On the grassroots level, another thing which I mentioned earlier, I would really like to, is this issue of free, prior, informed consent. It's taken in much more earlier for indigenous communities and rights to logging forests and so on, but it is moving into the cultural domain, and UNESCO as well, bringing it into, when we're talking about making recordings, for instance, which is again connects with the community archive thing, that if you make any kind of a recording or take a photograph or whatever, that you have free prior informed consent. So before anything can enter the archive. And we always say it is free is mukt, not muft. So it's a different idea of value. So I think that free prior informed consent is getting some legal teeth in a few countries. And I think with WIPO working on the cultural heritage issues, there will be some movements to on the grassroots level of making that more applicable. But any law is as good as as it's put to use. In India, we have very good laws which we don't really enforce in lots of ways. So I think it's all like who's wearing a mask these days. It's you can have all the laws, but whether you make it work. So I think that's my 2 penny bit. It's good to see you, Aliakbar.
Yeah, I think that was really helpful, Aliak. But I was just going to say as well, I think that community archivists and those with kind of like artists have a lot of power to change things because they can push out ideas in new and innovative ways. And also the community archives have a power to change the understanding of what an archive is and what its value is, and that contested word. But there is, a need for the public to engage with what archives are and what their value is. And it's still a bit of a mixed picture in terms of usage and understanding, I think. So there's a lot of work still to do, I think. And actually, we haven't tapped, as many people as we could do to kind of come in and inform this agenda and its importance and make change, I think. So there is, a hopefulness to me in terms of what we can achieve.
I think I would ask whoever the Milli tech is to please come on, and there's a fairly long intervention question there. Would be nice to hear it orally presented.
Hi Shubha, this is Venkat here.
Oh, that's who it is. All right.
Sorry. I don't know if we have time, but
there is time, which is why we have 10 more minutes, which is why I thought I would take this on.
So I guess these are 2 large questions that I'm not sure. Any resources would be helpful. I've been thinking about the impact of the internet around questions related to privacy, and just wondering how we think about privacy by design retroactively for archival objects. If we're saying that there is a privacy by design in GDPR, or if we're thinking about access by design, as Professor Lomas said, how do we deal with objects where there are individuals who are often not aware of them being discussed in the third person, where their privacy is in some degrees violated today in ways that, this concept of privacy may not have been very well established when the record was created. So that's just one maybe broad question of, are there ways to protect them? What are the ways? Maybe in other countries, just curious to know how this is talked about, just purely because the object is just more visible. It's not that the archive is suddenly making something more accessible. It's just a question of more visibility because it's made available on the internet as say, a transcription of an interview or something like that. That's one component. And the second is I know that there are various papers that discuss approaches to privacy, and one is of course to remove any personally identifiable information. And you work purely with metadata, which removes any personally identifiable information. But I think the other thing that the internet, or this process of triangulation that happens on the internet, of being able to actually figure out who is being referred to, even if you don't have the name or the occupation, name or the address or something. So I think there are ways in which people eventually figure this out. So I'm just wondering, have people been talking about this? So just 2 broad questions about how the internet and its tools sort of affect privacy.
I think it's a major question about ethics, Venkat. It's something that we faced with recently in a big digitization project, where we were just excited by the documents and what it would mean to a cultural researcher. Until, it was pointed out, do you think that the people referred to in the document would be okay with this being available on the internet? And I think your distinction between pre-internet and internet is a very big one, and something that I think about all the time, because there is such a difference between a walk-in access, where even if you're making it totally available to a walk-in user, is so very different from anonymous access with no introduction and wherever. So I think there's attempts to create some gates there, some attempts to see how we can bring more ethical practices, because not only can just anybody access, but can also recreate something, mutilate, or change things from archival assets which are made available on the internet. I think it's going to be a major ethical issue for all of us. I mean, as much as we'd like to encourage free access, that's my bit. Elizabeth, please.
So there is a problem, and what's tended to happen is that as the data protection laws have strengthened, those materials have been shut down and closed. Actually, that kind of does people a disservice in other ways, which I think I mentioned, because it will be released about them later when they're dead. So their kind of memory is an issue, and it might be an issue for their families. So I think that there are complexities through time. The internet is a massive problem. The idea about linking data and whether you can ever truly anonymize is under massive scrutiny, and there's been a lot of work done in the academic community where people are now under pressure to not just release their kind of academic articles, their kind of published work at the end, but to actually deposit sets of their research data. And with any kind of qualitative research, it's really, really difficult to anonymize people and to actually deposit a set of data that's valuable if you lose any context. And that's the problem actually with de-anonymization. And a lot of the value is often in the context, but then you can find who people are. And I think the other problem is that we're getting more and more powerful mining tools. And so, you will be able to kind of work things out. So there is a kind of problem around this, and the ethics have just moved to the simple solution, let's shut it. But that isn't necessarily the right solution. Some of the solution is sometimes to go back to the individuals and have the conversations with the individuals if possible. So that kind of retrospective consent process, which when we have the privacy and access by design, as I said, those are kind of important framework tools. Where possible, you kind of almost need to revisit those on the past to have the proper ethical discussions wherever possible if you feel it's an important set of information. Otherwise, people are just tending to shut things down, which is a problem. There's the other thing that we have in the UK where we have privileged academic access to material, but I think that's quite problematic. So we allow for the public good academics to go in and do research on health data that's not de-anonymized and social care records. With my care leaver hat on when I was doing that research, sometimes we'd have people who'd meet an academic who knew something about their parents that they didn't know, or something about their life that they didn't know, which was quite complicated and not always comfortable for the academics. And there is a whole ethics around this, and we do need to have more discussions, but I think you kind of need to revisit some of those frameworks on the past.
I think the ethics of the other end, starting access is what we get at the end of the archival process, but I think it's very closely linked to the ethics of acquisition. Actually, how you acquire something, I think, has to be taken into account with how accessible it is made.
And that's where in the past archivists were really, really poor on their documentation when they took gifts. They didn't even get the copyright very often, or any copyright agreement, even though that's existed for decades. So that kind of idea about acquisition and actually negotiation, I think that's really important. So
needs
but
to
I don't know
get documented.
Yeah, I don't know if you've got any answers yourself. I don't know your name because you're Milli Tech on this. I don't know if you've got ideas around how it could be better.
No, I mean, my name is Venkat. but I don't have any, I mean, this is something that we've struggled with quite a bit. Don't really have any clear answers. And we were just reading a paper on privacy and the GDPR last month in an archives reading group. And we were a bunch of archivists who basically at the end of it had no answers, because we realized that there is no end to this. You can always figure someone out if you really want to. So we weren't entirely sure how this is. So which is why I put this question to see if someone actually has thought through this and other ideas around this question. I think your question of ethics of acquisition is a particularly good point. But that's a done deal, right? I mean, I'm not sure. That's the retroactive question here. But it's already there in the archive.
Representation, Venkat, how you represent whoever and whatever it is in the archive. I think it's a big tool of power that the archives has. I mean, so we are very often all accused by we want to be the gatekeepers and we want to, be the ones who get in the way of wonderful free access and free knowledge. But it's because we are faced with all these shades of problems that we can just put under ethics. But I think, and because the laws don't really work all the way across, that is why the importance of ethics and moral rights comes in. It's because the laws don't really govern, or say in India, we have no community laws. We can only deal with rights of individuals. And there's so much that is community held. So there are all these shades which makes access pretty hard.
Yeah, so the lack of community law was one of the things I was driving at, I think. So the other thing we can do is obviously our whole cataloguing practice and how we think about how we describe and contextualize, which is an important part of maybe after, design throughout the whole process, I think is an important thing. And the kind of language that we use to describe things that, whatever we're situating is really, really important.
Farah is here to remind us that time is up.
Actually, I wanted to jump in last second to say,
please do.
You're developing annotative tools. I think that is one of the well, not solution, but one of the ways in which to engage with this, where public annotation can improve how we see archives and how we talk about people. I mean, it is inevitable, especially for instance, if we're taking oral history archives, which is what I work with. Inevitably, people will talk about other communities, other people. And I mean, censoring is not an option because that is not okay. So I think annotation may be one of the ways forward.
It's actually, as I said, you have to take it the whole way. And Elizabeth also kind of said it. So you take it from the ethics of acquisition, how you represent, how you catalog, how you annotate, how you in fact end up providing access, all the hooks through which you provide access. So the ethical considerations have to work right through that, not just the legal ones. I think that's the tough bit. And they will be changing because of the way we see ourselves and the way we see others, why colonial archives were so different from what we are trying to do today, or from what earlier colonial archives are trying to refashion themselves as today. So this shifting goalposts makes it hard. It keeps the challenge going for all of us.
True. Any last words before we move to the next session?
So I think there's a lot of work to do, and there's some people here that can make a real difference and come up with some of the solutions. So hopefully it's a conversation we can carry on, because the law does matter in terms of what we can achieve. So thanks for listening and for joining in the conversation.
Thank you so much for joining us and agreeing to come to talk to us. That was very
Lots of good resources listed in the chats for all those who are interested. There have been some good suggestions about various projects and publications and reports and stuff. So
we will close this session, yes, but please contribute to our COVID-19 pandemic archive and also to our literature crowdsourcing. Venkat, could you please put up the links for those two?
Yeah, I'll just do that in a second. Yeah.
And please feel free to hang on. We will be doing tech checks for the next session. Thank you, Dr. Lomas, so much for coming. Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Dr. Chaudhuri is going to stay on as... Sorry, you were saying something.
No, I'll just say I look forward to the next session, which is more on law, isn't it?
Yeah, it is on law, and we're talking about Indian law specifically, and we have a privacy law, which Divij and Anubha are both going to talk about, and copyright laws in India. So yeah, please stay on.
Thank you.
Can I turn both your videos off, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Farah.
Thank you so much. Divij, you are co-host. Can you try and turning on your video and your audio and see if that works?
Just a note to the audience, the next session starts at 6 o'clock. So if you want to go stretch, take a break, come back at 6.
Hi,
Thank you, Venkat. Hi, Divij.
Yeah, you hear me and see me fine? I just turned the lights on.
Yes. Can you also try a screen share? Anubha is also here, is that right?
Yes.
She is here and she should be a co-host as well.
Yeah, she is. So Anubha, can you also turn on your video and your audio and check if you are audible? Yes, you can.
Can you see?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you play your slide? I mean, as a slideshow?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's fine. Are you going first or is Anubha going first?
I haven't decided. Anubha, what do you think? So basically, sorry, my presentation is kind of like really broad and thematic. So really depends on what you like to do.
So I think that you could go first. Something, I think it would be good for folks to have an overview first, and then maybe I can focus on copyright.
Okay.
Anubha, could you share your screen so that we could just
There's a slight distortion in the audio from Anubha's end. Is that just me, or are you hearing it as well, Farah?
Can you mute yourself, because there's been distortion from your end while you were talking. So if you mute yourself, I'll be able to hear if it's Anubha or not. Yeah, Anubha, can you speak?
Hi, 1 second. I'm just trying to enable.
There is an audio.
Is there a lag or is it just patchy? What is
no? It's not. It is distorted audio. I mean, there's no lag, but it's distorted. Do you have a pair of headphones? Maybe it's just your mic.
Let me try the other bit on. Okay, can you see my screen in the meantime?
Yes, I can. This is a really short break, isn't it? I should turn on the lights also. Give me a second.
Venkat, Farah, can you hear me?
Oh, this is much better. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Do you know if folks at Anubha, do you know if folks at CIS has been sort of circulated in a larger group there as well?
No, I'm not sure. I did share it with another colleague who's worked on this. But honestly, even if I did, I'm probably the only one interested in this line of work. Yeah, sorry about that.
I just thought it might be nice to get more members of the community to sort of weigh into this conversation.
Yeah, I actually happened to catch what you said in the last session, that you're doing some readings. I mean, is that only limited to archivists or? Oh,
no, I don't. I think there is probably not one member in that group who's a trained archivist. So we're a bunch of people who are reading archivist papers.
That brings us to the question: how many of us are trained archivists? We've just been autodidacts, all of us.
I mean, that's always an open question. I don't consider myself to be a lawyer either. We're all just.
I mean, good question for everybody on Zoom. Trained archivists, please raise your hands. Am I not audible, or are they genuinely noting like this?
It's a break, Farah. People are actually taking a break.
So the good thing is that we should start a course for archiving.
It's true.
We should, with NCBS, be willing to do that.
Credibility, if it came from NCBS, it needs to come from some organization that actually is.
Sounds like we're all doing just fine without courses.
I'll share the link about the reading group in the chat.
Yeah, also, I think, Banu, this is a good time to share the link to the Discord channel for anybody who's still here.
Oh, yeah.
For people who will be joining later.
I think I shared the Discord link. I'll just share it again.
We'll have to scroll again. Priyadarshini Mukherjee says she's not trained at all. She started last December. Right. So we have the Discord. Can you talk about the Discord channel, Venkat? I think there's a lot of confusion about Banu being entertained.
I think Banu has decided to
interrupt our conversations.
That's Banu.
Banu. Thanks, Banu. But
thanks for the entertainment, Banu, even though it was temporary.
Yeah.
I was saying, can you talk about the Venkat? Actually, before I begin the session, could you talk about the Discord link? Because I think there's a lot of confusion about what the Discord link is about.
I'm just going to hand it over to Banu to do that, since he is a co-host.
Right. So in 5 minutes, Banu.
Please talk about Discord.
Once I will go later because I'm also moderating this session. So please go ahead and introduce Discord. So that would be a good idea. So you can share screen about the next break.
Yeah, I can share the screen. Okay, Banu's not around. So the Discord channel is just a common space to message. That's really all there is to it. It's a Milli Discord channel. It'll have various subsections. There will be one for the International Archives Week. And it's just to sort of keep the conversation going. A lot of people have reached out asking whether there's a mailing list. We don't really have one yet. All those who attended last year probably got spammed once this year to say you're welcome to register. That's about it. So we're just trying to figure out how to do this. This is a very loose, organic sort of network, which is great because there's no paperwork. At some point, it needs to have some structure to it. So yeah, Manu, you can probably just type what the Discord's about in the chat.
Bhanu had that nice message that he posted up in the beginning of the meeting. He can just repost that about Discord.
I know the chat is just like, it's endless, can't find things.
Sorry for the message spam. I copied the wrong message.
Sorry, what did you share, Rajni?
a wrong copied message. So Zoom cannot allow you to delete messages to everyone.
No, you can't. It's just slightly
that goes in history.
embarrassing. Maybe we should copy paste it to the notes for the day.
I mean, it's also archived into YouTube's video history. If it makes anyone feel
I
any
really
better.
wish this was a direct message and not to everyone.
Okay, we have 2 minutes to go. Sorry.
Okay, for those of you who are in the audience, it'll be awesome if you're also able to share it with your own archival networks. Video history. That makes anyone feel.
I really wish this was a direct message and not.
What the? Okay, I need somebody is not paused. Can you please pause? Sorry, mute, because your YouTube is playing in the background. I'm stopping share now.
In the audience, it'll be awesome.
What is happening?
Sorted.
Okay, thank you. Let's take Groundhog Day anyway. Okay, we're ready to go. So welcome to the day's last session, which is about archives, access, and ethics. We have Divij Joshi and Anubha Sinha. Divij is a researcher with the Center for Policy Research. Anubha, could you also please turn on your video? Yeah, and Anubha is a senior researcher with the Center for Internet and Science. Internet and Society. I'm so sorry, I always mix up your CISs. Divij and Anubha, could you also please introduce yourselves before you talk as you see fit? We'll have Divij presenting first. He'll be talking about the lay of the land of laws that govern archives in India and what it means in terms of ethics, in terms of community archives. And Anubha will be talking in a more focused manner about copyright laws, and then we will open the floor for questions, at which point you will be able to unmute yourselves. And please feel free to raise your hands and ask questions later. It makes for a more interesting discussion, but also feel if you do not want to do that, you can just type it in the chat box. For people who have just entered the meeting, we have a number of things that are going on parallelly, including 2 crowdsourced campaigns. And there's a Discord channel that we have, which Venkat will just tell you about. Venkat is our tech lead.
Sure, I'm just going to put a bunch of links into the chat window. A couple of them are parallel events that are going on throughout this week. One is a conversation around contributing towards a literature and the archives intersection. Another is to a workshop around building the COVID-19 pandemic archive. Session on that will be on Saturday. There is an effort to sort of just keep the conversation going on Discord. The link for that is also shared in the chat window. So that's about it. And the link to the whole schedule for the week is there. If you have friends who are not able to attend any of these sessions, you can let them know that it's all being recorded and will be available on the YouTube link, which is also shared there. That's about it. If you're not speaking, I request you to keep your mics on mute. That's about it. Hope you have a good session. Back to you, Farah.
Right, I would really encourage all of you to go to Discord, especially if you want to keep in the loop of the archival conversation and keep in touch with anybody who you might have, encountered here. So please click on these links, go there, fill the forms. It would be a great service you'll be doing to the archival community in general. I will pass the baton on to Divij. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Farah. Hi, everyone. I'm Divij. I am not a consultant at CLPR. I mean, I'm not a researcher at CLPR. I'm a consultant there, and I'm a freelance researcher and an independent lawyer. I wear a bunch of different hats. Broadly, my research interests lie at the intersection of law, technology, and political economy. And where I'm coming into this conversation is also kind of from two different lenses. The first is conversations I've been having for a long time now with the archives at NCBS and with Venkat in particular about trying to detail the legal landscape that applies to archival practice in India, particularly insofar as it relates to the practices of private archives, which are really like an important and interesting emergent space of the archive. Another field is where I'm also trying to look at what equitable data governance looks like in this kind of, in this era of big data and artificial intelligence. And I'm also trying to learn from archival theory of, and particularly on kind of like theoretical aspects of sociocultural archives and how they can inform equity in this kind of world of big data, which also brings up some of the really interesting points that came up in the last session. So my presentation today, I'll quickly share my screen, is on, therefore, is kind of on some of these broader aspects of archives, law, and access in India. And I'm primarily hoping to just throw out some provocations about the relationship between law, archives, and access. And then, hopefully, I'll pass it over, of course, to Anubha to share her wonderful research on this subject as well. And then maybe, some of the questions that I raise here, I'd really love to discuss them with everybody who's listening in on this call. So the first thing I think, really important to understand is that the field of archival law is something that's not, it's not a very clear or a well-defined field. Here I'm trying to use archival law to describe the whole set of legal rules that shape the functioning of archives. And this ranges from rules around specific kinds of media, so copyright law that protects particular kinds of expressions and artistic expressions or cinematographic films and so on. Laws around property ownership, which detail how custodianship is achieved, how ownership is achieved within archives. So there are laws around how movable properties can be transacted between different parties, and also, of course, going back to transactions about intangible property, which is primarily what copyright law deals with. There are laws around personal information, which we touched upon in the last, which was touched upon in the last session, but primarily which try to give certain amounts of control about one's personal information or identifiable information to the person about whom it's concerned. And there are laws around access to information very broadly. So things like the Right to Information Act or laws that kind of govern different kinds of rights to information. So including rights in the public archive. So like the Public Records Act governs the state's duties of archiving and access. So yeah, so broadly, this is the kind of set of legal rules, standards, and principles that apply to the practices of archiving. And archiving here, again, a question I grappled a lot with, but because there's no legal definition of what constitutes archiving across the board. So I've tried to define it broadly for the purpose of this particular research as the preservation of records with enduring value. And of course, people come into this question from a number of different angles, whether it's a private archive seeking to archive documents of historical importance to a particular community, or an individual who wants to self-archive their own online transactional activity, to what is normally spoken about as kind of the archive of the government, which is also where a lot of kind of intersections with the law take place. A lot of my research, I think, over the last year, kind of thinking about, and just to take a step back, the output of the research that we thought about together with Venkat and with NCBS was to produce some practical guidance on how archivists can navigate the different legal issues that arise, the different kinds of legal uncertainties, right? And in going about that research, I also came to understand that the law isn't only incidental to the practice of archiving, right? It's really instrumental in shaping the forms that archival institutions have taken and the kinds of practices that they employ in undertaking their work, right? So questions of accession and acquisition, questions of how the record is defined, how access is defined, what is archived and what is discarded, who has access to the archives, and who controls access and in what form. These are all central questions that the law deals with and the law effectively governs large parts of. And there are also central questions about ethics in access and central questions about how archives should function in order to maybe provide most value to the different people who it seeks to work for. So this is just a slightly random screenshot of just to indicate that archival legislation or thinking about the law and the archives has really been also has a long kind of history behind it in India. Although more recently this seems to have tapered out quite a bit, but there have been really important deliberations historically about how legal institutions and regulatory governance should really be looking into the question of archiving and access. So as I mentioned, the first important thing or the largest branch of the law is the law that deals with the public record or the public archive. And this is, again, broadly defined as kind of the documents or the archival records that are produced by or deemed to be of importance to the state or the governance or the government. And there's a number of different kinds of legal institutions or regulatory structures that have arisen, which are trying to contend with what the public archive should look like, or what kind of access it should give. For example, what kind of documents deserve protection. There's kind of been a fixation, as is usual, on thinking about the state and its relationship with knowledge practices, information practices, and documentation in the archive. Some of these questions were raised in the course of the Indian Historical Records Committee, which was set up in 1919, which was kind of of course, then a function of kind of colonial governance and thinking about how the records of the kind of records of the colonial government can effectively be archived and transmuted. Then the snapshot that I just shared with you, this was the report of the Committee on Archival Legislation, or the Tarachand Committee in 1960, which was an interesting landmark, I think, because it really gave some very interesting recommendations on how archives should be regulated, both at the national and the state level, and also put some thought into what kind of regulatory scrutiny should private archives deserve, only insofar as they relate to records of historical importance to the state, of course, but nonetheless, none of these recommendations have actually been implemented, and kind of this whole a lot of important law reform around thinking about archives and access seems to have tapered off from after this report. A couple of other interesting laws, fundamental to how we think about the public record and the public archive, is the Public Records Act of 1993, which, as many of you know, at the national central level governs the conduct of the National Archives. And there are, of course, different Public Records Acts at in different states. So Karnataka has one, Maharashtra has one, which governs state records and the records of public records of different state instrumentalities. A paradigm shift again was introduced with the Right to Information Act, which kind of blew open this concept of the public record and what should be considered as documentation that should be visible to and accessible by the public. And I think that that's really, there's not a lot of literature around how this has really changed archival practice in India, but I think definitely it brought about a fundamental shift in how the archive and the public record is viewed. But all of this said, despite this fixation, my personal interest and my research has been around the work of private archives, right? So as I mentioned, those that are not considered necessarily part of the government, those archival functions that are undertaken by individuals or communities or particular interest groups. And as I mentioned, there's no single law of the archives in India. Like I said, a number of different laws govern different functions of private archives. And I've tried to break these down in the course of, hopefully when the final guidebook comes out, it will be a little more clear, but I tried to break it down in terms of the different stages at which the law might intersect with archival practice. So there's the stage of accessioning and acquisition, at which stage, archives need to consider the forms of contract and the kind of transfer of property that is enabled through things like the deeds of gifts by which they accept particular records or donations, through the kinds of purchases they made, through the loan documents, and the different kinds of policies that they have around receiving and accessioning and acquiring different kinds of records. Then a second point of intersection is in access, preservation, and use. Of course, considerations of ownership and property come in here as well, but also considerations of privacy or dignity of the subjects of the records, right? So when you're when you're providing access to records which relate to somebody else whose dignity might be affected by this, the law also steps in there and says, think about privacy, think about defamation, and there's a whole field of media law which also deals with these kinds of questions. Similarly, I think with questions of preservation, as Anubha I think is of course going to point out later as well, are questions around what is the appropriate level at which you can start to copy particular kinds of records. Where does this intersect with laws around copyright and intellectual property? Sorry. Yeah, I missed the slides a little bit, but so the first kind of broad thematic aspect I want to consider is again something that was raised in the previous section, but is around ethical and legal considerations around our rules that govern or the property regimes that we have, right? I think rules around property and ownership, both kind of tangible property as well as of intellectual property, are really central to the forms that archives take and the kinds of access to records that they enable, so to their function as well. Our systems of property law rest on these kind of liberal assumptions of individual ownership. And this is kind of really what guides the way in which archives both acquire different kinds of property and then consider their own role in relation to the property or records that they've acquired, right? So archives function according to a paradigm of ownership or custody which they hold over records. And as such, these consider kind of individual levels or individual rights within particular kinds of records. So the archive then becomes the de facto controller of the record, or the person who's owned or loaned those records to the archive is the de facto person who controls the records, regardless of the various kinds of interests that may be implicated within access to that record, as was previously discussed, kind of questions around the dignity of the communities or the kinds of knowledge that you might be that might be implicated when particular kinds of access is provided, and a lot of this comes in at the question of when you're considering non-liberal traditions of property. So this kind of usually gets clubbed within these broad domains of traditional knowledge or traditional cultural expressions, but broadly kind of our property laws don't even recognize the notion of things like community ownership over different kinds of records or over different kinds of expressions, right? And I think even when we're thinking about how, of course, and Anubha again will touch upon this, of course, copyright law places significant barriers to access in records in different ways and in often different unintended ways. But there's also a particular kind of intention which the copyright law creates through a kind of polar dichotomy between ownership on one hand, or this individualized ownership, and the public domain, which presumes either complete control within a particular institution or unmediated access to social cultural information, which may be important to particular communities or particular people. And I think that it's this kind of, we need to start thinking about the limitations of this tradition of ownership and intellectual property at a very broad level, even before we go into kind of the, the unintended consequences of copyright law. Go back one slide. Yeah. Then another system of laws doesn't really look at the ownership of the particular tangible or intangible property, but it looks at rights of the subjects who may be mentioned within particular records, right? So it doesn't matter who the creators might be. It doesn't really matter who might have ownership over the property rights within particular records. But this concerns, dignitarian aspects or aspects about, how particular people who are mentioned or whose rights may be implicated as subjects of the record can be navigated. So one of these, of course, which I hope to discuss later as well, is data protection and privacy law, which seeks to allow greater control to people whose private information is included within particular records. And things like defamation law, which seek to protect the reputation of individuals within particular kinds of published media. Now, these laws also, of course, have their different kinds of limitations, particularly through unintended consequences. In practice, we've seen that these can contribute to substantial legal uncertainty in archival practice. There's an upcoming legislation called the Personal Data Protection Bill in India, which seeks to, which kind of is again a paradigm shift in how personal data is regulated in India. And it seeks to kind of incorporate a right to be forgotten, which means that people whose personal data is included within a particular record can require it to be deleted by the person who holds that record, right? But on the other hand, it also has an exemption for archiving activities, which is very broadly framed. So I think the question I'd like to really throw up here is about it's these uncertainties and these contingencies that really need to be filled in by the archival and legal community, thinking about what are the limitations of the right to be forgotten, and if you want exemptions for archiving activities, what should the frame of this be? What should the scope of this be? How do we really contribute to these questions of law and policy and regulation? Finally, a short note on kind of the other paradigm shift that's kind of that's brought about by digitization and the internet. Again, something that was discussed previously. But there's a lot of interesting, again, many new contingencies that are brought about when access can be totally unmediated, where the context within which a particular record was placed by an archive can radically be altered by the copying of that particular piece of information and sharing it in a decontextualized manner. And we've seen that kind of lack of clarity around metadata accesses or masterization projects has really affected some of the functioning of projects like the Internet Archive. And I see that Carl is here, so his project around access to Sci-Hub metadata, which could also be considered a form of archiving, maybe. Right, and I think finally, I think one other important legal barrier is just the kinds of legal institutions that we have and the infrastructure of copyright regulation. And these place important barriers to the kinds of access that are enabled through different kinds of laws or by different kinds of archives. One example of this is the way in which access to rights required to publish unpublished material, or what's called orphan works. In India, you need to first define a singular work and then pay a substantial amount of license fee to the Copyright Office in order to get the right to use that work. And there's a lot of kind of difficulties around identifying orphan works, what constitutes an adequacy of search for, before you can approach an office and say that I haven't been able to find this creator and I want to be able to use this record. So the kind of form of legal institutions and the kind of different infrastructures through which copyright is regulated can be a substantial barrier, which we really also need to be thinking about overcoming. Right. Finally, again, similarly, we had some conversation around community archives and kind of traditions of stewardship. And I finally want to just close with thinking about how we can, reimagine these different contexts and institutions within which archives operate, how we can think about, reusing maybe forms of contract law, which are kind of private negotiation between different parties, to reimagine ethics and access within archives, right? Like I mentioned, unmediated access can kind of, isn't necessarily, or the public domain isn't always necessarily the best possible paradigm for a lot of communities, particularly when when it's a question of the kind of power that access to records gives over particular communities, or over or the kind of how it disempowers communities from being able to present their own worldviews or their own kind of considerations or their own conceptions of knowledge and information. And I think that Joel Werl asks people in this really German article about the need for archives to move from this paradigm of custodianship and ownership towards a paradigm of stewardship, which kind of incorporates the needs and requirements of the different communities that may be affected by the way in which archives function. And I think maybe we need to start thinking about how our legal rules and regulations and legal systems can start trying to provide that ethos of stewardship. Yeah, so I'm going to end with that, and thank you. I look forward to a lot of different questions in the discussion. Thank you.
So we do already have, hi Corey. We do already have at least a couple of questions, but we will first go to Anubha, let her present her thing, and then we'll open the floor to questions.
Thanks, Farah. Just sharing this screen. Right. It's nice being visible to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm Anubha, and I work at the Center for Internet and Society, India. I've been engaging with questions around access to knowledge and openness, primarily around digital media, since a couple of years. I have contributed to some institutional open access policies, the drafting of these policies, which basically relate to opening up scientific literature held by institutions and how to enable that access. I've dabbled a bit in privacy research, and I'll be presenting today this advisory project that I and my colleagues conducted in 2018 for a Ministry of Culture initiative. And the initiative was basically to create a web repository of audiovisual material held by Indian archives. And we started looking at the process of digitization and how it intersects with copyright law, and how copyright law was acting as a barrier, and if there were solutions that would be leveraged, solutions that existed in the law that would be leveraged to achieve the project's objectives. The project, in terms of sort of access, it was always it was conceptualized with the aim to reach maximum people. It was obviously a government funded project. So values of openness and access were at the core of this project. So this is an illustrative list of many archives that ended up sharing their audiovisual material with IGNCA. IGNCA is the Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, the institution that conceived this project, which is now called the National Cultural Audiovisual Archives, the NCAA. When they started in 2015, there were about 7 partnering and collaborating institutions. And today there are about 25 or contributing institutions. So this is, again, an illustrative sort of list of the kind of items you can find on this repository. There's everything from folk performances to more mainstream artists like A.R. Rahman. And all of these items are owned by different institutions. Individuals have a variety of artists and their artistic works represented. Right. So the objective of my team was to solve for this IP barrier problem, basically to enable access to audiovisual material that was potentially protectable under copyright, and audiovisual material that had elements of traditional cultural expressions or traditional knowledge. Now, with copyright, basically the idea was to help archivists identify material that had an element of originality or creativity as per the standards set in the law, which is frankly a low bar. So it was safe to assume that all of the audiovisual material that was held by these archives was protected by copyright, except in the case where copyright had already expired. So we sort of started off with going into the law, what the law said about what was copyrightable and what wasn't, how to identify it, how to think about whether copyright still applied or not. That is trying to figure out the term of the copyright. And then the next stage was evaluating the rules could change depending on the kind of work you had on your hands. For instance, the rules could be different if the piece of work had emerged in a public institution funded by the government versus if the work had emerged as a result of like private effort. The rules could be different if some of the owners of the material and authors were traceable versus other material where, as is the case with archival material, often folks such folks aren't untraceable. Then there were the stages of how do you sort of go about acquiring relevant permissions? How do you acquire permissions to publish on the web if people might have some stipulations or concerns relating to certain kind of material. On the side of traditional cultural expressions, so traditional cultural expressions are expressions of culture and heritage, which may have elements of folklore and our oral history, oral traditions sort of embedded in that material. You may also have performances. So typically it is difficult to trace this sort of an item back to a particular owner. It is difficult to identify the people who have created that creative work in that item. So these are the challenges that come with traditional cultural expressions. Often you may have a community that is performing in the item, in the work, and you may not be able to individually recognize each person. And as I think Divij has sort of touched on this challenge in his presentation. So this sort of challenges the Western conception of copyright law that sort of applies across the globe today. And this sort of a conception of a creative work does not find recognition in any copyright law in the world. And many countries are now coming up with special laws and practices to address, the use of such works, the exploitation of such works, and what ethics of capturing using traditional cultural expressions and traditional knowledge should be. So the process of producing this legal advisory, just to sort of share that quickly, in 2017, CIS was invited to submit a proposal to IJNCA basis a structure of issues and list that the agency already had and wanted us to tackle. And we right away got to sort of, after the selection process, got to sort of preparing a research plan, which involved conducting a bunch of surveys, because there is not too much evidence to inform law and policy in India. So we ended up doing field trips to 4 archives, both public and private. Then there were other remote surveys that happened, basis which I conducted a legal analysis from a copyright law perspective. My colleague Sinha developed a series of best practices document using her background in digital humanities. So she sort of reflected on practices of curation, of publishing and disseminating in the digital medium, especially for archives that weren't born digital. In 2018, the research sort of concluded. Reviews happened with legal experts, with the project management unit at IGNCA, and the advisory was adopted in 2018. And the Ministry of Culture has internally sort of created a booklet out of this advisory and sort of is using this as a ready reference document for its own sort of purposes, as well as referring this document to other institutions, with whom they might be working with. So now going deeper into the copyright dimensions, firstly, let's look at the nature of the works that we came across in the NCAA sort of collection. There were government works. These are works which may have been created by the use of government funding or at the behest of government institutions. So in such cases, what happens is that typically the copyright will vest in the government. And this, while for this project, it could have, the advice that we shared was to sort of open up this and relinquish, for the government to relinquish their copyright. Having said that, a lot of countries have done away with this notion of the government holding copyright over the works that are produced, due to its involvement or its funding. It's just a normative ideal that's sort of being sort of worked through, and it's basically the idea is that it does not serve the interests of the public to first have pay the taxes and then then have to sort of encounter this barrier to access the work that in the first place sort of funded the creation of this work. So this, we encountered a lot of government works in this project. There were a lot of orphan works, and as Divij touched on earlier, India does not have a great legal process or a facility in place to systematically clear the rights around orphan works. It's a very effort-intensive, cumbersome process that anyone has to undertake on a case-by-case basis. You have to conduct a diligent search for the copyright owner, and only if you can show to the government authority that you have not found anyone who can sort of be deemed as the copyright owner, then you have to enter into a negotiation process basis which the dates and the terms and conditions of the use of the work are decided. So this is the current process, and in 2017 I had filed an RTI with the Copyright Department, just trying to understand as to how many licenses they may have granted under this provision. Unfortunately, I never received a response. So that is where things stand. There are very, very narrow exceptions to use of such orphan works that do exist, but the scenario of using them is so remote that I don't think that they eventually amount to much utility for the public. Then traditional cultural expressions. Again, here the questions were who should be deemed as the owner, how should rights of community be respected, who are the performers in the creative work, how to trace them, how to sort of ascribe that performance to them, which is an important part of copyright law, which is where you sort of identify the authors in a work, and authors have a moral right in that sort of an identification. For traditional cultural expressions, there is also the additional sensitivity around handling of such works. So you may have to impose a higher bar on how these works may be handled, how they may be used downstream. So all of these considerations had to be sort of kept in mind. Then we had performances, which were sort of embedded in all these three kinds of works. And so there is a distinction in the law between authors, owners, and performers. And all of these three classes of individuals or rights holders have different sort of obligations and rights. And with performers, it wasn't clear if prior consent or even consent after the filming, the recording of the performances had been taken. This was something that we came across in nearly all institutions. Often performers were invited to, display their work at some function or during some workshop or in a festival. There were also no records of who had performed. Typically, the remuneration was only an honorarium. There was sort of no proof or there was no conveying of an understanding that the rights and my performances now vest with the institution which has invited me, and so I sort of permit them to use this for whatever non-commercial purposes they may think is necessary. So moving on to the other side, which is basically what are the public interest uses that one could make of the material that was going to be published on the website, and secondly, did archives in their role and standing at archives have any special status under copyright law to use this material, to use and acquire this material and to sort of share it with the public. So under Indian law, archives are, under Indian copyright law, archives are not defined. The only public interest institution that is defined to a certain degree is a library. Archives and museums are present in the law, but they very much exist on the margins. And that's unfortunate because what ends up getting granted in terms of rights to libraries, a similar sort of a consideration and benefit is not passed on to archives. And that obviously sort of is a huge disadvantage. For example, while archives are sort of permitted to share orphan works with anyone who may happen to visit the archives, they can only do so when they have already cleared the rights with the owners, or they have sort of conducted a due diligence search that indeed certifies that work to be an orphan work. If that has not happened, then the end user is prohibited from even making a private reproduction of that work. So while the law is sort of fairly limiting in this regard as to what archives can do under copyright law, there are sort of other rights that are sort of available to users and users can take advantage of those rights to some extent. But again, that's still not, that has not been conceptualized keeping in mind the relationship between an archive and a visitor to the archive. The other aspect of this advisory was to sort of help archivists understand how open licensing works and how we can take advantage of existing tools such as the Creative Commons suite of licensing to enable open access to the works that they possessed or had complete rights to. And sorry. The third part of this project dealt with solving for the legal formalities. That is, how should copyright transfer happen in this context? How can one sort of seek and grant a license? What are the kinds of permissions that need to be thought about? And how a takedown policy for all of these data works that have been published on the website should operate. So basis our research and the kind of vision that the NCAA project had, this is the kind, these are the policy prescriptions that we ended up providing. For government works, we suggested that they should be published on NCAA website with minimal restrictions on users' rights, because the copyright was held by the government, and as such, they should ideally relinquish those rights and allow the public to take full advantage of the works. With orphan works, the advice was to initiate the clearance process as per the law, and if the project officers thought it feasible, certain orphan works could be published with a caveat in place. With traditional cultural expressions, we created a form for archivists which they could share, with people related to that work to obtain, consent, and also then seek prior informed consent for recording of future works. We advised them to sort of pay, strong attention to the moral rights of everyone associated with that work, and also provide users with an express notice as to making appropriate uses of such expressions. With performances, again, that was standard legal advice, where we sort of requested the archivist to share, to seek permission from performers, preferably with little more legalese, and publish those works with caveat. In terms of fair use, fair dealing, we made it clear that to a limited extent, archives can be beneficiaries, and also encouraged archivists to respect fair uses by the public of these works. So just to sort of give more clarity on what the law says, and what can be done and what the gray areas are, and what are the kind of factors that one can think about while making a decision on whether this use is fair or not. Again, with open licensing, the recommendation was to use the Creative Commons suite, which seemed apt for the NCAA use. And with that, I bring my presentation to end. I'm happy to take questions, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Farah, you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you so much for discussing the very brass tacks of copyright law. I think a lot of us found it very useful because we are often grappling with it. Divij, could you turn on your video, please? Yeah, and we can also all unmute ourselves. We are going to open the floor to questions. And because as moderator, I'm just going to use my privilege. This is not really a question. This is something that came to my mind and I'm thinking out loud, is that both in the previous session and in this one, we discussed about talking about others within an archive, right? And a right to withdraw it under the reputation law. Is that right, Pravich? And right.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of gossip, and do we count gossip as? Do we think of gossip as archival in terms of gossip living on? And I mean, I don't know, with WhatsApp gossip really traveling, and do we think of gossip like that? And when we discuss the right to be forgotten, what about have we also been discussing the right to be remembered? Do we have safeguards for, say, community archives that are, say, underfunded or losing out on a platform? Do we have safeguards for continuing to have those community archives going on so that the communities have the right to be remembered? So I think these are two questions in one, but it would be great if you could answer that.
Thank you. I can take a crack at them, and then please feel free, anyone, Anubha and others, to step in. Yeah, so the law is the broad area of law is called defamation law, which seeks to protect one's reputation. And you know, there are different definitions of what this constitutes in different jurisdictions. In India, it requires that something is published which causes you know, public reputational injury to an individual person. And absolutely, I think some of the most interesting cases have been around gossip. And of course, you know, there's a lot of different things to keep in mind within archival function or practice and defamation law as to, for example, who is to be held responsible, right? Because the archive is ultimately not the creator of a record. It's the institution that's providing access to a particular record. In India, there are particular rules that actually define liability in the context of news publications. So the editors are often held responsible in the case of news publications for defamatory content. But again, like I said, because the institution of law, just, you know, institutions of law have not paid too much attention to archival practice or institutions, it's really not clear what the kind of, it would be indirect liability, but what that liability of archivists or archives would be in providing access to gossip or defamatory gossip. We can't really, it has to be really be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. On the second, that's interesting. There is a kind of right to be remembered under copyright law, which is called a moral right. And there are certain kinds of statutory moral rights that are recognized where particularly the authors of a work, of a copyrighted work, have the right to continue to be attributed, notwithstanding whether, you know, they've given away the copyright, whether ownership changes. And they also have the right to prevent destruction of the work that destruction or kind of changing the work in radical ways. So in a limited context, these are statutory rights that exist, which aren't exactly copyright. They're kind of operate in a whole different paradigm, but are considered, you know, to protect this link between this individual genius artist and the artwork. Of course, the same limitation that I pointed out arises, that you're only considering the individual legal subject in this. You know, there's no systematic legal right apart from, as Anubha mentioned, traditional knowledge or protection of traditional cultural expressions, which are kind of fragmented, you know, different kinds of fragmented legal projects. But there's no I would say there's no like holistic right to like to be remembered.
Anubha, Carl, would you want to have a shot at it?
No, just briefly, exactly with what Divij said, and not sure if he mentioned this, but India is one of the few countries that provides for an indefinite term of moral rights. So basically, that's the right you have as an author to be identified in connection to a work, and also then the other right, which doesn't mention against distortion and mutilation of a work. That sort of carries on indefinitely, and that is not the case in a lot of other countries. And I think that's an open policy question as to whether that's desirable or not, because distortion, mutilation, what do those terms mean, and is there an element of intent that one should consider there or not, and the fact that that right travels even after the copyright ends, all of those things need serious rethinking.
Right, so I will take Dr. Shubha Chaudhuri's question because she has her hand raised, and then I will take the questions in the chat box. Dr. Chaudhuri, please unmute yourself. Are you here?
Hi. Farah, are you asking me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just couldn't hear a little bit. Sorry, my question is for Anubha about the NCA project. I was on the advisory for many years, but I don't know what the status is now. And I did not become a participating archive because of exactly questions of rights, which I wanted before our archive could come on board, which didn't get answered way back. But I've had various people who have been performers contact me because they saw my name on the website as a member of the advisory, and that performers were not consulted, I think, by the participating institutions. So was any action taken to contact performers?
So I'm not aware of what steps have been taken since we shared the advisory with IGNCA. Basically, what we tried to do was to clarify the law of the land and to sort of produce some legal documentation that archivists could use to then remedy or, either the mistakes or, to probably go back and seek permissions. So that's what we did. But I'm not sure as to what is the status of the implementation of this advice.
So yeah, because there were talk about copyright and that wasn't the issue. The issue was performer right. The issue was participating institutions were told this was for academic use, but I do not see how the website in any way prevents any other kind of use. And a lot of it lands up on YouTube, which is what I was wondering. And do you know if the takedown policy was implemented at all? Can somebody today go and ask for it to be taken down?
So the takedown policy as it exists on the website is not aligned with what we shared with IGNCA. Again, I'm not privy to what went down there.
So you have no idea of the implementation.
Yes.
But you did put in something that participating archives should get performer permissions or something of that kind. In the performer right, I did not see the performer right being mentioned by you in the list of rights, which is a major one in our Copyright Act.
No, most definitely. The recommendation we made with respect to performers' rights was both in terms of rights that were easily classified within the copyright paradigm and the ones that were, existed in the traditional copyright exceptions paradigm. And in both cases, our clear recommendation was to go and seek permissions from the performers, make efforts to identify them. Yeah, so that was pretty much a part of it. If you want, I can share the memos with you later.
It will be wonderful. We're very grateful to get that. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, we'll take the next question. Ali Akbar, I know you have a couple of questions, but let me just call upon Yamaha, who has a question from the National Virtual Library. Would you want to unmute yourself and ask the question yourself? If you would not, I can ask the question on your behalf, but I mean, if you would want to unmute yourself, that would be nice.
I sent a note to unmute, but I don't know if this person's able to.
They should be able to. Okay, fine. I'll ask the question on their behalf. The question is, the National Virtual Library of India project has been on a massive digitization spree where informing copyright of the content being digitized is very difficult. A bulk of their work is on the indianculture.government.in site. Is there a fallback for this in any Indian legal framework, a certain set of minimum fair use rights regarding distribution and physical reproduction when copyright isn't being informed to the public? Whoa.
I'm not sure if I understand the question fully.
So they are collecting massive digitization spree, but I think they are not informing the people whose data is being digitized that it is being digitized. So the question is there a fallback for fair use rights? Can we have certain fair use rights in terms of digitizing other people's data? I'm assuming this data is online.
Right, and by the person who's interested in using is the average public person.
Yeah, and also I'm assuming Indian culture.government.in also has some sort of liability, although if it's a government.in, does it belong to the government? It would be nice if you could switch yourself on and let us know. Okay. I will switch to the next question because there's a lot of confusion about what this is actually about.
I could just
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so the NDLI, not the virtual library, the Digital Library of India, a pretty interesting project, and I think they've been trying to look at their copyright considerations. They did release like this, also I think in partnership with a bunch of different professors at IIT Kharagpur, a guideline for digital libraries in India and copyright. So I think that they are kind of carefully considering what that means. Of course, the broad answer is that when you're making something digital, when you're digitally copying any copyrighted artifact, it is technically you're infringing somebody's copyright unless it's protected under a particular exemption, right? Now there's a number of exemptions which have to be looked at from a case-by-case basis. In India, you can have educational exemptions that could be relied upon. There can be different kinds of fair dealing exemptions that Anubha already mentioned. But as such, and this is a problem that a lot of mass digitization projects do run into. Again, Carl, you would know a lot about this. But yes, I mean, if there are publications within which copyright subsists already, and the NDLI is kind of engaging in this mass digitization project without clearing the rights, and if it doesn't fall within these exemptions that are available under Section 52 of the Copyright Act or other general exemptions under copyright law, then it's a problem for the people doing the copying, and then possibly for the people using it.
Carl, would you have something to say to that, please? You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I guess I would like to talk about that. There are, of course, specific exemptions. Delhi University Justice and Law, taught us that even if the work is in copyright, if you're a teacher and it's in the course of instruction, it's allowed. But there's also much more fundamental rights of fair dealing, and many of those are embedded in the Indian Constitution, in the preamble. If you really have equality of status and opportunity, or social, economic, and political justice, you need access to knowledge. And if your use is non-commercial, if particularly in the time of COVID, you're making material available to students, then those are potentially within the framework of the copyright law, and more importantly, the Constitution. And I think it's important to understand that when you're putting large archives online, Same thing with a library, right? You're dealing with large numbers of works. And what is important is that there needs to be that takedown procedure and that ability to quickly respond to those corner cases where things were not done properly, as well as looking systematically. So I copied the Digital Library of India. It was 500,000 works that the government had scanned, and many of them were under copyright. And so we systematically went through and removed about 40,000 items that were clearly under copyright, things like Oxford University Press from the 1970s. But there's a number of other items that have kind of surfaced over time that once we found them, we've removed them. And I think it's important that archives and libraries and government efforts understand their core mission, which is serving the public and access to knowledge and the dissemination of knowledge. And that we don't let the idea that we own this knowledge and every single item needs to be individually cleared. I think you need to make a best effort. You need to do the best you can. You need to respond when there are problems. But I don't think you can avoid making this information available, because when you do that, what you've done is you've made it available to the rich. You've made it available to people that can go into these very fancy commercial archives. You've made it available to people at the fanciest universities, and you are depriving many others of access to this material. So I really don't think that copyright is a binary issue. Just like I don't think the public domain is a binary issue, because it can be public domain material, it can be a government record like a court document, but still violating the moral rights or the privacy rights of minors or others. So I think it's a more complicated, nuanced discussion, and people like Brewster Kahle at the Internet Archive, as well as government folks like the folks at IIT Mumbai, have had to deal with that. But I don't think there's easy answers. And I think not making that knowledge available is a huge mistake, because that's something that we really need to do in today's world.
Anubha, would you want to weigh in?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, Faisal has something to say. Faisal, would you mind unmuting yourself and turning on your video and saying this? Because you have a fairly long and interesting perspective. But we may
just a second, just get my mic.
Your mic is working fine.
Yeah, I think I had a big question. It also ties up to what was spoken. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, it also ties up to what was spoken about in the previous session. And with Shubha Chaudhuri and Elizabeth. Lomas was in that session about the Torres Strait people and how they have found ways to, like steward their own resources or what is there in the archives about them. Earlier, I'd shared a link about the Tanzania Declaration also. But again, Divij was talking about how stewardship could be a new way to imagine the archives, especially the community archives. Are there any examples in India, like where like the big archives are doing that? Like I know that the NCAA has got a lot of materials related to the communities in the Nilgiris where we are based, and the communities here have no idea about that. We do try to reach out to the communities and tell them that these materials are there in these repositories, but what are these big archives going to do to reach out to these communities? And other examples in India where like these big archives have really reached out to these people, these communities, to tell them that these materials are there with us, and like to take some ownership about how it should be displayed or shared to whatever extent. Like I do know that NCAA has got some sensitive materials for the Toda communities, and the Toda communities have no idea about this. So yeah, again, so it comes down to when we think about what the Australian and New Zealand, like the indigenous people and the Maoris are doing in New Zealand, for instance. What happens is that, like in India also, I think there are initiatives to get this done. We have the National Biodiversity Act and the Biodiversity Authority, who sort of like push for these biodiversity registers. But we see that these things are in practice it fails, because like these registers are given out to third agent, outside external agencies who come in with a scientific method and document, and this has got more weightage than what indigenous people have to say. Indigenous or like local Adivasi people or like local communities have to say. So again, when we talk about trusteeship, I'm a little scared about that concept because it might, on the face of it, it sounds like a very good idea, but here, because of the way capital formations are, where like a certain group of people might have, more resources to, hold, the knowledge repositories. It could turn out into, a mechanism to patronize these communities also, like to tell these pre-literate communities who don't exactly have written script or do not have these methods to document or do not have enough, like scholars amongst them to, put their narratives forward, that, we'll hold your resources for you because you don't know how important it is. We work with community archives in the Nilgiri, so these questions sort of like keep bothering us all the time. Yeah, I hope my question was clear, or was it too all over the place? I mean, yeah.
No, it's clear. And in fact, I think it relates to Ali Akbar's question where he's talking about how do indefinite moral rights hinder updating histories and knowledges in decolonial veins. So anyway, can you, all three of you, take time to respond to that? And anybody in the audience who would also like to weigh in once the panelists have, you are free to raise your hand and we will let you unmute and why am I getting
So just to clarify, has this material been published on the MCA portal or has it only sort of been collected by the project? Faisal, in case you're saying something, you're muted.
Yes, they are on the public domain. Like you do a search for it and it pops up. Toda community materials, Kurumba community materials, and it's quite interesting, or even like I would say disturbing to see that also, because these communities have no idea about. At the same time, you have like these major scholars who've come in and like they tend to give their materials off to these big universities like UCLA, or like they don't want to return it back to the Nilgiris. And we've had this experience where we asked for materials to be brought back to the Nilgiris, but they refuse to. I mean, they'd rather that their materials sit with the other big scholars who studied the Nilgiris. And maybe the communities here don't have an interest in those materials, but even then, like, it is, we might think that sharing this knowledge is in the larger good of, scholarship, but I don't know, like, how can we make this work, like, in terms of communities getting a hand on these materials? So I think.
Sorry. Dr. Chaudhuri has also raised her hand. Dr. Chaudhuri, you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. We'll let the panelists answer first, and then please feel free to answer.
Yeah, thanks, Faisal. That was, that's a really, I'm kind of responding because this is an area that I've really been working in relation to models of data governance, particularly, and information governance, and how kind of existing ideas around community archiving as well as the protection of biocultural heritage can respond to this. And I think that it's really interesting to see some of the models here. I've only, I've looked at kind of published literature, and of course there are different kind of perspectives presented in this, but I can share some of that with you later. But in some of the models that I've seen, including in India, including in in say Peru or South Africa, there are different scales of law, I think, at which you can try to intervene and get participation from communities about whom information relates, or about whom knowledge and records relate. And I think some of the interesting projects I've seen, I don't want to make like normative assumptions about how good they've been, how bad they've been, but they try to kind of apply customary legal principles. So these are normally not codified legal principles, but are kind of customary practice within particular communities. they try to codify that in the form of contractual agreements, which is then kind of a form of law that's recognized usually within domestic law. And also tie it in, particularly in the case of biocultural heritage, to international law mechanisms of access and benefit sharing, like the Nagoya Protocol. So I think that, you know, there are different kinds of like scales at which the law can intervene and maybe try to provide for equitable access. Lots of people are trying to work for this. I know that it's far from perfect, and that there's, you know, a lot more that can be done. Yeah, I think another really interesting emergent area of scholarship here is the idea of indigenous data sovereignty. And this has normally been within kind of, you know, settler colonial states, which have kind of your Canada, US, New Zealand, you know, which have indigenous populations within them already, and in response to particular kinds of statistics and information that the state produces. But I think it's really an interesting field to study, to look at, you know, what we can learn from, and then incorporate into the kind of contractual legal arrangements we have about the trusteeship, stewardship, or archiving of community knowledge.
Carl, do you have something to say?
Yes. So the issue of traditional knowledge in the Biodiversity Act has always been a very hard issue. And I've spoken with people that have actually been in charge of administering the Biodiversity Act. And as Faisal pointed out, often the people that stand up and say, hello, I am the trustee, or I represent this community, are not necessarily the ones that really do represent that community. They're the ones that have the better lobbyists and are able to come in. So again, I think these issues are very nuanced. I think it is hard to come up with hard and fast rules for every single case. And I think it's important that we make many of these materials available. Now, the rule I use when I try to decide whether an archive is fair game or not, if the government's already put that online, it's public, right? NCAA has their videos public. They're there, anybody can look at them. Digital Library of India, the Ministry of Culture and NLVI, the Grand Sanjivani, all those. And my inclination is to make a copy of that information, preserve it, and make it further available, transform it and make it searchable. But I understand that in doing that, I may be stepping on the toes of people who indeed have a moral right in their works and had not authorized the government of India to put it in the Digital Library of India. We've had many, not many people, but a few dozen come in and say, oh my God, you've got my work online. How dare you? And my answer is, well, I didn't put your work online. The government of India put your work online, but I'd be very happy to remove it from public view if, you know, you own copyright or moral rights or have a reason to make that available. So again, I just don't think there's easy answers. And I think we can oversolve these problems in a way that retards access to knowledge for people that really need it. And that's the issue that I find most compelling, is that, you know, if you're looking at journal articles, which are ostensibly under copyright, even though many of them were done with government funds, many of them are actually public domain. The people that don't have access are the ones at the secondary universities, or the people trying to study from home, or the people with the credit card have that material. And so to me, it's not so much a question of, you know, is this item okay under a very careful analysis of copyright law within the context of this item. I look at it within the context of a larger collection. And was it available to people with means? And can I make it more broadly available to others? So it's a somewhat different philosophy on how to deal with these large archives of material. It's not a good answer necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, that is very valid though, even though I think the government could be a fairly dangerous trustee, but nonetheless.
Dr. Chaudhuri, sloppy trustee. a sloppy trustee. They did a very, very bad job on analyzing copyright in many cases. But once it's available, I try to make a copy of the whole thing, and then I analyze the material and try to decide which portions of that I feel comfortable making available. And then again, pay very, very close attention to any incoming takedown requests to look for errors
I think that's
and
important
problems.
specifically, the ability for people to request takedown. Dr. Chaudhuri, you had something to say.
Yeah, just as an archive, not a really huge one. Somebody said, wonder what the big archives are doing. So not so big one, but not so small anymore. I'll try and be brief because this is something that concerns me, concerns us a lot, and we've tried to be as fair as possible. As an archive, we also function like we are largely a repository model. We do only some field work ourselves. So share that with NCA, but we take in every collection with a legal agreement, and we encourage everybody to have taken permissions from performers, from communities. But we understand that they didn't know they were going to deposit with ARC. They didn't have that there. But we worked actively with people to get in touch and do that. We are very careful. We do not give away copies until we have that clarified. We encourage every collector who brings in the say make it available to the community, even if you want to restrict it otherwise. Recordings that we make ourselves as part of field work, we give a copy to every performer with full legal rights. We give it to them in writing. They have a right to do as they please with it. So they have the full rights of it. The only material we put online have been about 200 tracks on Folkways Smithsonian, where we took written permission from each recordist and the performer and gave them advance royalties on. There were 99% a download. It's a paid download site. And they got 25% downloads for the first 125 downloads for each track. So we've tried to do things in that way. We've actively worked with people to repatriate collections to the communities. But more than that, we've tried very actively to work with collaborative projects now so that people can create their own archives with our help. We've done that in 3 or 4 places. So as an archive, we try very hard to answer something that Faisal said about scholars not being so willing to deposit. That's really not been my experience. When we had a lot of collections where people hadn't given us permissions to provide copies, but when we said that performers would get, we would take that, will they help us get, they all helped us to get the permissions, very often paid the advances themselves, and they were happy to give permission once they knew that the people were going to benefit. The other problem that we may face, and this I can understand people's hesitance, because there's dynamics within a community very often, which makes it very hard. Who do you give it to? There'll be lobbies. And then sometimes people feel, oh, better it's in an archive in Delhi than give it to somebody who'll hold it from somebody else. So even when there've been problems, I kept saying, I let not the best be the enemy of the good, and finally help one group with equipment or whatever, but then the others are always saying, usko kyun mila? How am I any less? This guy will keep it all to himself. So it becomes all very hard. We can tell ourselves we did right by the community, but it's very, very naughty, as Carl has explained in many ways. I think all you can have are intentions, though they may pave the way to help, but still. So here's one archive in India trying very hard to do its bit by performers and the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhuri. There's a very interesting question from Sinha, which is something that has been, it's a question that has been going around in the archiving community for quite a while. This may have been discussed yet. Actually, Sinha, would you want to unmute yourself and turn on your video? If you will not, I will ask the question on your behalf, but I'll just wait for 5 seconds.
Yeah. Hi, Farah. Am I audible?
Hi, Sinha. Yeah, please go ahead and ask the question.
Yeah. So just wanted to know.
You are not audible anymore. Is there a problem?
Sorry, my Wi-Fi is really shaky, so I'll try again.
Yeah.
Yeah, hope this is better. Yeah, so just wanted to know if there have been any efforts in translating some of these policies, developments in archives-related policies in Indian languages. Because I found that even say during the course of our work with NCA. Some of the more recent work that we've been doing with Wikipedia, for instance, right, where we've been trying to map cultural heritage content in particular states. It's been difficult to sort of have these conversations without actually sort of being able to engage in that particular language, right? So how do we, like, even when we did a short sort of set of surveys, so how do you translate terms like open access, digitization, metadata, in Indian languages, which are then sort of, and meaningfully, because again, even these terms also have a particular history, they have a particular context, which are also rooted in certain languages. So how do you do this meaningfully in Indian languages for people who are sort of working with this content to be able to access that and to be able to understand what exactly the effort is here, right? So I think that for me has been sort of a question that I'm also trying to work through and understand if there's been work on this. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I can just share a little bit of what we did. Every time we're doing this, we collected a group of people together, elders, young people, whatever, and tried to explain, have somebody who knew the language, largely worked in Rajasthan and Marwari, to explain what we meant by the rights and what it meant by access. And then we developed a permission form, which was in that language, and had one of them read it out and work on it until they felt it was fine. And then they signed it. So they are signed in their own language, but after discussion and trying to put the points very simply, which is in the language. So we haven't created documents, but we have the permission forms, which are in the local language. That's all I can contribute. Thank you.
Do the panelists have something to say? Divij, Anubha, Carl.
One source I can think of, and I actually really don't know of any examples where this has been done, but at least central laws are required to be published in various languages, officially at least. So perhaps if you're looking for very legal translations, and this can of course be kind of very different in how it's conveyed and all.
I am not sure if there is work, but there should be work, because usually laws are navigated in a very small clique. Okay, we are about to close the session, so anybody who wants to turn their video on, including Milli.
I've been speaking about this for a while, so just listen. If I can just, I was going to put this in the chat, but I'm curious to know if, amongst the archivists and other, people who are custodians of archives, is there a broader interest in like a set of I wish I knew questions that people are thinking of when it comes to archives, ethics, and access? I mean, there's been a whole bunch of stuff that everyone shared today.
Definitely, sorry, I mean, as an archivist, definitely about, it was very great that Anubha shared the brass tacks of what they did for NCAA. But every time we're navigating our archives, there's a different set of laws we have to navigate. So yeah, looking forward to Divij's guidebook.
Yeah, maybe this is a good moment to say, if there are funders out there, please reach out to us. But it is a serious point that there are, there's a whole bunch of archives across the country that I think would benefit from something like this. So if people are interested in sort of working in collaboration to develop questions and find ways to sort of work on this together, it'll be nice. As an open, even editable or constantly updating resource.
Yeah, also perhaps the question of, retroactively reaching out or retroactively, implementing ethics. So what does an archive that is already existing do for things they already know? Dinesh has something to say, although he's not been able to join. I would think that it is important to be sensitive about exposing what's in the National Archives. When opening it to the community, it's one-sided and absurd often. At least it's not sensitive to their own indigenous narratives. Yeah, I mean, this is in addition to what Faisal and Carl have already said. Right, okay, so I am going to officially close the day unless somebody has something to say, and we were going to turn off the live recording. Going once, taking my cue from Venkat, going twice.
Thank you, everyone.
Going twice. Okay, so yeah, let's stop the Zoom.
Divya, you can probably stop the live and recording.
Don't end the Zoom.